6 seconds for David. Black's got to make moves faster. Rook H2, Rook A2, come on. Queen A8.
Oh, Queen A8 wins the Rook.
Queen A8 winning the Rook. Black is really slow. So is David. Oh, I think David's going to flag him. He's giving the right checks. Oh, Rook E2.
Rook E2. He missed it.
Oh, take the queen. Oh, he took it. Oh, my goodness. Knight back to F1. Amazing. Oh, my God, you have to.
Oh, stalemate.
He should have made a bishop. He could have flagged him with a bishop.
Oh my gosh.
Does Steil-Antoni? Oh, Steil-Antoni is slightly worse timings. Fedoseev still qualified.
Wait, no.
He didn't.
No, he didn't. And Fabiano qualifies. The stalemate gets him through.
This is unreal.
Oh my gosh.
He surpasses Fedoseev. Poor Vladimir.
Robert.
Yes, Anna?
You called it!
Oh boy, and we have a very quick draw because what Hikaru is saying is you can have the white pieces, Fabiano, but in 3 minute plus 2 second increment, I am king. If DC3, there might even be rook takes e6.
Rook takes e6.
Oh my gosh, and bishop e5. And Fabiano's thinking, which means that he knows it's there. He knows it's there. And he finds it, and he plays it.
Wow.
Oh my gosh!
Checkmate afterwards.
It's over!
What a game! He takes on b7 first to cut the king. The black king has nowhere to go. Rook d1 is the winning threat, as well as the hanging rook. Plus queen c7. There's just way too much going on.
I didn't even think about queen c7. Queen c7's mate! It's mate in 1! Oh my gosh. He has to see mate in 1, right? That's game.
Game over!
Oh my gosh, that is checkmate. That is Fabiano Caruana saying, you sure you want to play me in blitz? I can handle myself.
Hello and welcome back to the Rapid Chess Championship brought to you by Coinbase. My name is Fiona Steil-Antoni and I'm delighted to be joined by Grandmaster Benjamin Bock. Benjamin, how are you? Ready for today's knockout?
Yeah, no, today is going to be a lot of fun for sure. We'll have some exciting matchups. And Fiona, what exactly is the format of today?
So for today, we are looking at the knockouts. You were here just yesterday with Robert going to the qualifier. Today, we will have 8 players. So the 8 players finishing at the top yesterday, fighting it out in a single elimination format. There will be 1 game of 10 plus 2. If that game is drawn, 1 game of blitz of 3 plus 2 will be played. If that is still a draw, we will play 1 single game of 1 plus 1. And if that is still drawn, a single Armageddon game. So that's for the format. Benjamin.
Yeah, so if all this info is pretty complicated, you can go to go.chess.com/RCC and find out more there. And so we've had a lot of action already in the first 2 weeks. So what are the standings so far in the Grand Prix?
So as we can see there on our screens, Fabiano is currently at the top, having won last week's event with 15 Grand Prix points. So at the end of the season, the top 12 players will qualify. So fantastic start for Fabiano. Jan Nepomniachtchi, he won the first week, so he's on 10 points. And then maybe a slight surprise in third place there, David Paravian. What have you made of his performances so far?
Yeah, no, he's played great chess so far. He's made it into the knockout in the first and the second week. He's not playing, he did not make it to today's knockout. But yeah, also players like Jose Martinez are doing very, very well. So it's always awesome to see these players who you don't see normally in these top tournaments doing so well against the top players in the world.
Exactly. I mean, there's so many huge names. Of course, we have Anish Giri there in fourth. We have Hikaru Nakamura last week. We saw him lose the final to Fabiano. Today, he's back for more. There will not be any final between the two. Well, we'll see that later in the bracket, but we could see a semi-final matchup. We'll get to that shortly. So as you said, so many top players, and today, plenty more action. But before we get to the bracket, tell us a bit, Benjamin, about the Grand Prix points and what the players are playing for.
Yeah, so if you win this, if you win a weekly tournament, you gain 10 points. If you come in second place, you get 7 points. If you make it to the semis, you get 5 points. The players who get knocked out in the quarterfinals get 3 points. And even if you don't make it to the knockout and you finish in 9th to 16th place in the Swiss, you still make 2 points, and 17th through 32nd get 1 point.
Yeah, so plenty of points up for grabs. This is a very long season. And what are the prizes that the players are competing for?
Yeah, the players are competing every week for a hefty $20,000 prize fund. There's $7,500 for first place, $3,500 for second place. Then if you get knocked out in the semis, you get $2,500. And if you get knocked out in the quarterfinals, you get $1,000. So lots of awesome prize money. And Fiona, what can the players do with all those winnings?
A beautiful setup. Well, the Rapid Chess Championship is brought to you by Coinbase. So whether you're looking to make your first crypto purchase, or if you're an experienced trader, Coinbase has you covered. You can earn crypto by learning about crypto with Coinbase Earn, explore DeFi and Web3 with Coinbase Wallet, get exclusive rewards when you spend with Coinbase Card, and much more. You can learn more about all this at coinbase.com/chess and get $10 in Bitcoin when you sign up and verify your account. So that's one of the things that the players could be doing. And Benjamin, we will be back with the brackets and the first game of the quarterfinals in just a minute. So don't go anywhere. Hello and welcome back to the Rapid Chess Championship brought to you by Coinbase. Benjamin, in front of us, we see the bracket for this week's matches, and we'll start with the game in the top left corner, Fabiano Carrana against Daniil Dubov. What are your expectations for that matchup?
Yeah, it's going to be a very exciting matchup for sure. Fabiano scored a crushing victory yesterday over Daniil Dubov in the Swiss portion. So it will be very interesting to see who will come out on top in this matchup. I mean, I expect Fabiano to be quite a favorite in the 10+2 portion. However, if that comes to a draw and the players will go to a blitz tiebreaker, then Dubov also has a pretty good chance because he's known to be a very good blitz player. What do you think?
Yeah, I think Dubov definitely a dark horse. He's capable of beating absolutely anyone in the world. He is a former World Rapid champion. So I expect a tough matchup, but Fabiano, I agree with you, has got to be the favorite. We know the players are getting ready. We'll go to the game in just a second, but a quick look at the other three matchups. Next up, we'll have Hikaru Nakamura taking on Lequang Liem. Lequang actually the only non-American or non-Russian player in today's knockout stages. And we can talk about that matchup later on. We'll also have Wesley So taking on Alexa Sarana and Jeffery Zhong playing against Maxim Matlakov. So plenty of excitement ahead. And I'll ask your thoughts on those matchups later, but I think we'll jump into the action now with Fabiano Carrana taking on Daniil Dubov.
Yeah, the players are about to get started. Once again, yeah, Fabiano scored a crushing win yesterday over Daniil Duval. So it will be very interesting to see how Daniil will try to improve on that game. And actually, Fabiano deviates. He opens up with one d4, whereas yesterday opened up with one e4. So let's see how Dubov is going to respond. He responds with d5, and he plays the Slav opening.
So the Slav, usually an indicator that Dubov is taking a solid approach, but not always.
Yeah, and we see Fabiano going e3, but I thought that after pawn takes c4, black is always supposed to go b5, because after e3, I thought black just plays. I thought after pawn takes c4, white. Wait, let's go back just a couple of moves. I thought that if black takes on c4, white always has to play the move a4 to stop b5 from black. So I'm very surprised that Dubov just goes bishop f5 here, because this basically leads into like if white goes a4, black goes bishop f5, and we basically get pretty much what we have in the game. But white has played the move a4, which is a bit of a weakening move because it gives black this outpost on b4. So I don't know if Dubov rushed here or if this is some sort of theory, but I think this opening is really all for Fabiano. I mean, he has the big center. So what do you think? Do you think Dubov messed something up there?
I'm getting a flashback of, I'm trying to put my finger on which game it was in Vaikanze, where Dubov also rushed a little bit in the opening, and Robert, I think I was commentating with Robert, and we thought that maybe he had mixed up the lines. I wonder, was it a game maybe against Niels Grandelius? I think that might be the one, where it seemed like he had just confused something. He is a very fast player. He's also an excellently one of the most well-prepared, or at least with the most original ideas. Let's not forget Daniil Dubov, a very prominent member of Team Magnus, of course. So usually he knows his stuff, but I think it could be that he rushes. And do you think Fabiano's position is just very good already here?
Yeah, I think his position is great. He just made an interesting decision. He played knight e5, so this would allow black to trade on e5. In this case, white is hitting the queen and the knight, so black has to play the only move knight at d7 to defend. However, here white can follow with f4 and try to trap this bishop on g6 with f5. So trading on e5 is risky for Dubov, but I mean, if he doesn't do it, what else could he do in the current position?
I mean, it's already a pretty tough. I don't like the look of it. I'll say that. I think black is a little cramped. Look at Fabiano, all that beautiful space, the beautiful center. Well, one question I have for you, what about the expansion on the king side, h3, g4? Could that become a weakening at some point? Are we a little bit concerned about the king on g1 or not so much?
I guess that in the current position, we don't have to worry too much about the king, and we could actually use these pawns. Like, let's say black makes a random move like rook to c8. white can also play h4, threaten to go h5, which would force black to play a move like h6. But if black goes h6, now we can trade, and all of a sudden this pawn on e6 falls, and black's entire position is collapsing. So Dubov already has some tough decisions to make here. He cannot, like I said, he can't just make a random move like rook to c8, because after h4, he would be borderline lost. So I think, oh wait, what? He just goes for rook c8 anyway.
Made?
It
Wow.
looks to be the case. I mean, wait, isn't h4 just crushing for white because you're starting to go h5? I don't see a clear defense for black, to be honest.
I mean, this is very, very surprising. And we see that Fabiano, he is deeply focused, head in hands. And I think very often I caught some of your show with Robert of like, surely he's seeing it. The fact that he is thinking means he has, I think, seen it. And then it's a matter of calculating. But what do we think? H4? It's sort of screaming, right? Oh,
yeah,
F4, another pawn push.
Yeah, F4 also very interesting. He wants to try the bishop with the move F5. So Dubov tries to strike back with the move B5. Now the question is, where's Fabiano gonna go? I guess if he goes to B3, which looks like a very logical move, maybe he goes pawn to B4, hitting the knight. And if this knight moves now, maybe he can get away with taking, although I guess if you take the pawn with the bishop, there might be G5, hitting the knight. And if the knight moves, you hang your bishop on E4. And if you capture with a knight on e4, then white's going to capture here, remove the defender off the knight. And if black recaptures, capture the knight this way. So I don't know. Let's see where Fabiano is going to go. He plays the move
Bishop B3.
Bishop B3. So, I mean, how do you think Dubov should try to complicate here?
I mean, the first question is F5 right now a threat? Does white have a concrete threat that we have to deal with?
I think so, yeah. I think F5 is a concrete threat. Indeed, if black plays a move like Queen B6, we don't play F5, because then black can take here and this D pawn a spin, but here we just trade on D7 and now go F5, and the bishop will be trapped. So I think black has to try to strike back somehow. So maybe a move like C5 comes to mind. White could still go F5, however, it does get pretty messy, right? Like black takes on D4, and if you capture with a rook, then all of a sudden there's bishop C5 hitting your rook, which is pinned. So I guess Dubov has to try to go for something along those lines.
But I'm still very confused by Dubov's time management. First, rushing into a position where, as you said, it looked like this is maybe not exactly the line that he wanted to, and then getting a borderline lost position, which I don't know if I'm exaggerating, but H4 instead of F4 still looks very strong. But after H4, it was just very difficult to see what black should do. We saw the bar had skyrocketed as well. Now the bar is telling us just +1, but the position, I think, for Dubov is a lot more critical than that engine evaluation. Humans are not engines. We don't defend perfectly, and I would not like to be on the defending side of this.
Me neither. Yeah, it looks very critical for Dubov already. It feels like if he makes one mistake here, the game could just be lost. If he trades on e5, I guess white just recaptures with the d pawn, hits the queen, hits the knight, and if this knight moves, then f5, and white's just going to be up a piece. And good luck in such a position against Fabiano Caruana. I mean, you're just gonna lose. So
good luck in general if you're playing Fabiano, but especially in this position.
Yeah, no, of course. So Dubov realizes that, and that's why he's in the tank, and he's already getting behind 2 minutes on the clock. And yeah, I don't see it. I think he has to try something like c5 and try to complicate it, because if he doesn't do that, then I think his position should just be, because I don't see a way to stop f5. I mean, once again, if you go h6, white's going to trade on g6, take on e6, and black's entire position collapses. So black has to try to complicate the game somehow with a move like c5.
Let me ask you, what do you think happened? Do you think it could be that Daniil mixed things up? And then I think very often he likes to bluff a little bit to hide the fact that maybe, again, it's just a theory, but if he messes something up, he likes to play quite quickly, maybe pretend that everything is okay. And because I'm struggling to understand, like, where did it all go wrong for Daniil so quickly as c5 appears on the board?
Yeah, no, that's a very good question. I think he might have just rushed c5, the right move to try to complicate. And I think after that he was blitzing out for a little bit. I think just as you said, to try to pretend that this was still his preparation. However, I mean, given the fact that he was thinking in the last position, clearly indicates that he was out of book and that he also doesn't know how to solve all of the problems, which is a good sign for Fabiano. But now it's Fabiano's time to calculate. The position is about to explode here. There's a lot of tension in the center. Black's pieces are targeting it. And once again, White's king can always be exposed on this diagonal. So it will be interesting to see how Fabiano will try to navigate the complications here.
Yeah, and it's tough because it is a rapid game, so there is more time than in a blitz game, but still 7 minutes, especially to figure out all the complications here. As you said, the position is about to be blown wide open. A move like f5 is tempting, but it's a committal move, so you want to spend some time. How would you go on about in this position? How much do you try and calculate? How much do you try and rely on instinct?
Yeah, and actually, as we speak, Fabiano trades on g6. I think, yeah, the players will try to calculate, but in a rapid game, it's very difficult to calculate everything until the very end. So I think the players are mostly depending on their instincts. And Fabiano trades and goes e5. He feels like this is the way to go. So now the question is, where does... I mean, I feel like Dubov can't really move the knight. I guess if he goes like knight e8, White's position should be really good after someone like d5 putting pressure on his pawn. On e6, so maybe Dubov has to consider taking on d4. However, I guess if you do that, White can maybe take on f6, hitting the bishop, which looks pretty good for White. So let's see what Dubov will do here. Lots of complications.
Yeah, maybe we can very quickly go back to that line that we just had on the board, because I was trying to understand what is going on. What is the solution? Because we are hitting the bishop, and I saw that the bar is not, I was expecting it to jump up, but it didn't. As we've had a move, and well, we might just, so we, Black took on d4. And now the question, so what happens if we take on f6?
Yeah, no, you raise a very good question. After pawn takes f6, there is the move bishop to c5 from Black. You save the bishop. This knight is still under attack. And if this knight were to move, let's say you take this pawn over here, all of a sudden Black goes d3 with check and wins the queen. So I guess that's maybe what Fabiano has missed. He's thinking in the current position, he must realize that, okay, if he now captures the knight, Dubov will go bishop c5, and he's fully in the game. So instead of that, Fabiano captures the pawn on b5, and now Dubov has some options. He can still go bishop c5 with the idea of threatening d3, but he could also just move this knight. Now the knight could move to a more active square like d5. So let's see which one he will choose.
Yeah, and suddenly the position has changed once again a lot. We can see the bar is more or less in the middle. Suddenly, could now the White king on g1 be in a bit more trouble? We saw, for example, bishop c5 creating threats along the diagonal. Are you more concerned about the king now than we were a few minutes ago?
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, this diagonal is opening up. Also, like, where are you going to go with the king? If you go to g2, it's still exposed on this diagonal. And on h2, I mean, the king will always be kind of airy, right? And look at this king on g8. It's sitting behind this solid block of pawns. And instead of all that, Dubov goes for the move d3, hitting the queen. What is... I did not see that move coming at all. But I wonder what the point is if White just takes the pawn with the queen.
I mean, queen takes c3 looks like the natural move, right? You want to, then you get control over the d file. You don't block in, and that's the move that Fabiano goes for. And I'm very surprised. I'm curious if Dubov is going to show us what the idea was behind giving up that pawn.
Indeed, yeah, maybe a move like queen to b6 with a check on the king. And there's always knight c5 jumps, which would hit the queen on d3. Just to illustrate, like let's say White plays a move like king h2, Black could go, well, actually this allows queen f2, so this would not be good at all. But let's say we go to h1, Black goes knight c5, hitting the queen, and if this queen moves, then maybe all of a sudden knight fe4, and look at this, all of a sudden Black's pieces are very, very active. So I guess Fabiano would have to block with a move like bishop e3. but maybe then black goes knight c5 or bishop c5 anyway, and lots of complications here. So very difficult to figure out what's going on. But look at Duval's clock. He's down to 2.5 minutes. Fabiano still has 5.5 minutes on the clock. So that's definitely very alarming for Dubov.
I have to say, I did not expect in this game to see Daniil with such a big time deficit, but I think once again a sign that something had gone wrong. But now he is fighting back his way back into the game. And for Fabiano, for example, that one line we went down with the knights landing, the black knights, one knight landing on c5, one on e4, the white king wide open. So Fabiano's position is certainly not without danger, but I'm with you, Daniil Dubov is going to have to speed up.
Yeah, no, for sure. So, I mean, queen b6 is an option. I don't know what else could really be a move. Maybe knight at d5, just moving the knight, but I guess white could just take another pawn there. So I guess he has to play for some sort of activity. But I mean, once again, yeah, 1 minute and 40 seconds on the clock. This is looking very, very tough for Dubov, because if you get down, because there is increment, you cannot get flagged. However, 2 seconds of increment is not a lot of time, and Fabiano Caruana will punish you.
For sure. And to be honest, I'm very surprised that Daniil hasn't made a move yet. As you were saying, queen b6 looks like the natural. What about the other check, bishop c5? Does that do anything?
Right, yeah, bishop c5 also an option, but I guess white is just going to move the king out of the way. Let's say we go to g2, and once again this knight is under attack. If it moves like back, then it hangs the knight. So black would probably be forced to go here, and that will give up a second pawn. But as we speak, Daniil has moved. After queen takes d3, he played queen b6 check, bishop e3 by Fabiano to block, and bishop c5. Now, if you take this bishop over here, this is also not what you want, because black takes, hitting the queen. This knight's under attack, and there's also all sorts of discoveries. So Fabiano played knight at d4 and knight h7 by Daniil. What is that?
That is one weird square for that knight. Look at that poor knight. It has nowhere to go. It cannot jump to g5, cannot jump back to f6. So I don't know, is his idea... What is his plan for that poor knight?
I guess maybe he wants to go g5 to try to undermine the pawn on f4, which is defending the pawn on e5. But it looks very, very clumsy. I think maybe it would have been better to go to d5. White could have traded, but at least you are a bit more active. And now, I mean, it looks great for Fabiano. Maybe just move like rook ac1, bringing more pieces into the game. And also given the fact that he's up so much time on the clock, Fabiano must realize that he's very close to win here.
So let's have a look. If we play a natural move like rook ac1, bringing the last piece into the game, and black plays g5. Oh, actually, is there already some... Do we have to prepare it further? Let's try g5.
Yeah, I guess black can play the move f5. This pawn on f4 is under attack, and if you go f5, you hang the pawn on e5. So there's no easy way for white to deal with this. So maybe what white could also do is play a move like queen to e4. So if black goes g5 now we're well equipped to deal with it. We can take on g5, and it feels like white is just borderline winning here because g6 is a threat. So let's see. Fabiano goes rook ac1. So I wonder what he has prepared after the move g5.
And I would be shocked if g5 isn't played. Maybe black can also bring the last rook first, actually. I was just going to say with rook f to d8, which he does, makes a lot of sense to align the black rook against the queen, the white queen on d3. And now maybe once again the move you were just talking about, queen e4, centralizing the queen, stepping out of the d file and over protecting the pawn on e5.
Yeah, no, queen e4 looks like a very nice and consolidating move. You step out of the way of this rook, and also you overprotect this pawn on g5, on e5. So if black goes g5, you can always capture and don't have to worry about knight takes e5. But Fabiano's got the time here. He's up 2 minutes on the clock. So he's thinking as to how to proceed here. However, he should try to keep that time advantage. I guess Dubov will probably be the first one to end up in time pressure. But I mean, 3 minutes also goes by very, very quickly. So let's see what he will do here.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's basically a blitz game. If not queen e4, what other moves make sense for Fabiano? I was wondering, can we ever try and get f5 in ourselves? I would love to open the bishop from b3 that's looking down at the king. But I wonder, am I maybe opening myself up too much if I play f5 myself?
Yeah, I guess right now f5 is a bit too tricky. So maybe the move queen e4 once again prepares that looks pretty good for white. And yeah, so I kind of like that move. I mean, besides that, I don't know. You could move the king, let's say, to g2 to step out of this diagonal. However, then you expose yourself on this diagonal. So, and Fabiano getting down to 2 minutes.
2 minutes.
He still has a great position. He's up a minute on the clock, but it would have been nice to keep a 2-minute time advantage.
Let's try and keep the 1 minute time advantage now, because the time could even out very quickly. I think queen e4 is the move that we kind of like. Fabiano drops the queen back to e2 instead.
Yeah, a bit of a surprising decision to my eye. I wonder why he feels like the queen is better placed on e2 instead of e4. This could maybe allow Dubov to go for the move g5. Because once again, if white takes, black takes on e5, and the game is wide open. So Dubov is thinking about that. He's also getting low on the clock. He has 43 seconds. I don't really see... g5 might carry some risk as well for black, but I don't see what else you're going to do, right?
Yeah, I was just going to say that I thought that Daniil was going to play g5 very quickly, and there he goes. Because what's the alternative? You could bring the knight back to f8, the knight from h7 if you're not going to go g5. But then it feels like the whole strategy was pointless. So he has gone g5, and I think it makes sense, but he's down to 30 seconds now.
Yeah, he's down to 30 seconds. Fabiano has 1.5 minutes on the clock, so his clock is ticking as well. Let's see how he will deal with this. I mean, so he could take the pawn on e5, but it feels like black is doing fine here if black recapture, if black takes on e5. So maybe what Fabiano could do is play a move like f5, once again trying to open up this bishop. And but then, okay, maybe he hangs this pawn. I don't know if these tactics work out for Fabiano. It looks very complicated. It feels like it could, but I don't know. And he has played the move f5. Okay, so now it's up to Dubov. Okay, he goes knight f8 right away.
Okay, so knight at f8, giving us some time. I like that Fabiano is now also moving quickly. Bishop f2, just consolidating, defending the pawn on e5, and passing the ball back to Dubov. And for Dubov, it's so incredibly tough now to make moves. Like, the pieces have so few squares. What do you do as black?
Yeah, and 10 seconds on the clock for Dubov. He captures on e5. Wait, so I guess if white takes, there's bishop takes d4. And if you take one way or another, this works out for black. Fabiano recaptures right away, but bishop takes d4 on the board. Wait, so what is Fabiano? Wait, how does this work out? So I guess if we take with the bishop, black takes on d4 first. And if we take, then the rook on c1 is hanging. I guess that's what... Okay, so bishop takes d4 by Fabiano. Note that white was running checkmate, so rook takes d4. Okay, so now I guess you take with the queen or with the rook. Maybe Fabiano is still a bit better in... Okay, goes queen takes d4. Now queen takes d4 looks forced for Dubov, right? And taking the rook.
So, okay, things have, after blowing up, things have changed drastically, and we are into the end game. Material is even, and suddenly Daniil, is he just fine here in this end game?
Well, yeah, I mean, I feel like white's bishop is still more active than white's black's knight, but I like to move rook d5. I mean, he's asking Dubov the question, like, do you trade? And he does so. Now white could run up the king, and white still has great winning chances because he can create an outside passer over here with b4 and a4. Also, this pawn on f7 always needs attention. You cannot go king d6 right away. So I guess Dubov has to play a move like f6, but black cannot really create a passer on the king side.
5 seconds for Dubov. I think G6. I'm with you. G6, but now G6 is going to be a weakness forever. G6 probably is going to drop at some point. I don't think you'll be able to hold on to that forever. But as you were saying, the bigger problem will be Fabiano creating an outside pass pawn. And I think he's going to go on and win this game, dropping the bishop back. And what does black do? Black can only jump around, but black cannot create any counterplay at all here.
Yeah, I thought the move knight e8 was a mistake by Duval. I thought maybe he had to go knight h5 and f4 to make sure that this pawn on h3 always needs attention. But I guess now just b6. And I guess it's very difficult for this king ever to come back because white can always shoulder. This bishop on f3 is controlling the c6 square. And 3 seconds for Dubov. Wait, maybe king d5, maybe just run up the board, sacrifice the pawn, king a6 and b7.
And he's done it. King b5 has been played, and it looks like that pawn is just going to run. Dubov playing with 0.5 seconds on the clock, but it's not going to be enough. How do we continue? Do we bring the king?
I guess you go king a6, and it's important to point out that if this knight sacrifices itself for this b pawn, white is winning. If black would not have one of these g pawns, wait, what did he do? Knight takes b6. What?
Oh my goodness!
It's winning with the double pawns, but not with one pawn. Now Dubov has great. God. Wait,
But now, check and the pawn runs, no? That's it.
wait, so king c7. There should be a zugzwang here. Bishop d3. Bishop d3 and bishop b5 looks like zugzwang.
Oh,
knight
and
the
black
knight is
will not
dominated.
have moves. That's very
You see-
nice. And that's the same idea, right? With the bishop coming to a4.
Yeah, that was insane. Dubov could have sacrificed his knight
Oh my goodness.
for the pawn and it would have been a draw. Now bishop a4, it's game over. That is insane.
Incredible. Wow. Fabiano Carrana winning this game against Daniel Dubov. Carries on with his excellent form and moves on to the semifinals of this week 3 of the Rapid Chess Championship. What a game we just saw, Benjamin.
Yeah, absolutely insane. Dubov had that draw there where he could sacrifice the knight for the pawn, but he did not evaluate it correctly with only a couple seconds on the clock. So Fabiano already moves on to the semifinals. He will be playing against the winner of the match we will see shortly. The match is going to be Hikaru Nakamura against Liam Lequang Liam. And yeah, so
What's your prediction for that one? I'm sure we both agree. It's hard to disagree that Hikaru has to be the favorite, but how do you rate Lequang's chances for an upset?
Yeah, no, Lequang Liam is also a very, very strong player in the faster time controls. He is a former World Blitz champion, but of course, anyone is an underdog against Hikaru Nakamura. I mean, he pretty much wins every tournament there is on chess.com. So, but it's going to be a very exciting matchup. Lequang Liam can definitely not be underestimated.
Absolutely. I can't wait. The action today, it is coming in very fast. So we will go to that next match shortly. For now, we're going to go to a short break, but we'll see you very soon for the second match, Hikaru Nakamura against Lequang Liam.
Did you know you can watch top chess events right on your phone? You don't even need to download an app. Just open any mobile browser and head to chess.com/events. You can see what's happening right now, check out top games, see results, and so much more. Try it for yourself at chess.com/events.
Hello and welcome back to the Rapid Chess Championship brought to you by Coinbase. And Benjamin, we have our first semi-finalist. Fabiano Carrana has just beaten Daniil Dubov, and now we will find out who will he take on. Will we have a rematch against Hikaru, or will he be playing Le Quang Liem? The players are just getting ready. And what do you expect, Benjamin, of this matchup?
Yeah, and of course, Hikaru is a favorite in this quarterfinal against Le Quang Liem. But as we said before the break, Le Quang Liem can definitely not be underestimated. He's a former world Blitz champion. He's also very strong in rapid. So it will be interesting to see. Hikaru will start off as with the white pieces as he finished higher in the Swiss portion. But yeah, one of these players will take on Fabiano Caruana in the semifinal. So that's going to be an absolute thriller for sure.
Yeah, I think Hikaru will be very, very eager. As you were mentioning, he wins so many of these events. It's week 3 already, and I'm sure he's looking to get that first victory under his belt. I'm sure he'll also be very eager to get that rematch against Fabiano. This time it won't be the final, but the semi-final. So very, very curious to see what happens here. And Hikaru, with the white pieces, what kind of approach do you think he will be taking?
Yeah, in the Swiss portion, he took more of a slower approach with moves like knight f3 and then b3, and eventually like g3, double fianchetto. I wouldn't be surprised if he goes for something similar against Le Quang, because generally in these online tournaments, he doesn't want to show his preparation. Also with the third leg of the Grand Prix that's coming up, that's going to be very, very important for him for his chances of qualification for the candidates tournament. And we see him sitting in his chair, he's probably thinking what kind of approach he wants to use against Le Quang. So it will be very interesting to see.
He's streaming as well, I believe. So I don't know if he does much commentary on the action itself or what's going on, but definitely a challenge. An extra challenge to be streaming while you're playing.
Indeed, yeah. Hikaru is streaming. Le Quang Liem is not streaming. It's great. It's at least great that Chess.com is giving the players the option to stream their games, so Hikaru can explain his thoughts as he's playing this very important matchup. I think generally, from what I've seen, he is, doing commentary, explaining his moves. But of course, in a rapid game, that can sometimes be challenging because you have to try to go in more depth. Whereas in Blitz, sometimes it's just a matter of, okay, I just have to move, right? So, but he's been handling his own. You gotta move, indeed. But he's been handling his own so far.
Yeah. So we see the players. They are on camera, getting ready. Their match up will start momentarily, and once again, also. Well, let's just give a shout out to Le Quang Liem for being the only non-American or non-Russian who managed to sneak into the top 8 this week.
Yeah, but if I'm not mistaken, I think Le Quang Liem is actually living in the US. So even though he's not he's the only non-American nor Russian. He's half American in a way. Anyway, so. I guess. Anyway, the players are about to get underway, and we are off. So Hikaru has the white piece. So once again, he goes for knight f3. Do you think he's going to go for b3 or g3?
Well, he's answered it for me, b3, which really I think he's become the biggest expert. He's so much experience playing these lines online, and just I think it makes so much sense. Like, he's so familiar with the different positions you get. He's had them millions, literally millions of times, and just to not even enter any theoretical debates.
Right, and we'll see him going d3, and Le Quang's a5 was met by a3. So if black goes a4, he wants to go b4 and keep the structure intact. So what Hikaru very often does in these structures, like let's say what he very often wants to do, okay, that's going to be answered with b4. Very often he wants to go knight to d2, and then h3, and if the bishop moves, then g4, and try to go after the bishop pair. So what do you make of this trade that Le Quang just went for with a4 and c5?
Yeah, well, it's an interesting decision. I always wonder, what about those pawns on a3, on a4? I wonder, as white, do I have to be worried that my a3 pawn is going to be a weakness? As black, is a4 going to be a weakness? But I think it's a very concrete position.
For sure, yeah. So we see Hikaru going d4, hitting the bishop, and now c4, putting more pressure in the center. But yeah, this pawn on a3 will always need attention with this bishop looking down on it. So I don't know. I kind of like Le Quang's position out of the opening. I don't really see what Hikaru has going for him in the current position.
So what could be plans for Hikaru?
Wrong.
Is he going to just develop the bishop from f1 and cancel kingside, or are there other plans in this position?
Yeah, I guess he just has to go bishop e2 and castles and see what Le Quang will do. I mean, maybe black can take on c4 at some point. Otherwise, maybe just bring the queen out and bring the other rook into the game. So it's going to be very interesting. I guess a move like bishop e2 looks most natural here.
Yeah, so bishop e2. I'm trying to see, can I read something of Hikaru? Hikaru doesn't seem too phased at the moment, seems to be calculating, looking at the ceiling, his trademark move, and he has captured on d5.
Yeah, he's captured on d5. So I guess his point is if black captures with the queen, he wants to go bishop c4, develop the bishop with tempo. Black could capture with the e-pawn. However, that is a little bit risky, strategically speaking, maybe, because the pawn on d5 is isolated. The pawns on a4 and b7 are also a bit split, right? So, but on the other hand, if black takes with the pawn and somehow gets in b5 and maybe a knight to c4, black would be in great shape. So let's see how Le Quang is going to recapture here.
Yeah, I have to say, I'm curious to see what Hikaru is going to do next. I think the opening has probably been a success for Le Quang Liam.
Yeah, no, I think so too. It seems like he doesn't have anything to worry about. He captures with the pawn, and Hikaru goes bishop d3 instantly. So now let's see how Le Quang will continue. Maybe queen a5, so he can go b5, also bring the other rook into the game. And the question is, what are Hikaru's plans here?
Yeah, well, I guess the king probably has to get castled, get the king into safety. I was wondering, can we again go for some h3, g4? But I don't think the king will be safe in the center. So get the king out, and then, as you say, then what can we try and fight against the push with b5? Can we maybe play rook b1, try and stop the black onslaught?
Yeah, so Le Quang did play queen a5, Hikaru castled. So now b5 could be played by Liam to prepare to move b4, create a passer on that side of the board, and he goes for it. And he can also always bring the rook into the game. So I think I really like Le Quang's position right out of the opening.
Do you think that Le Quang, let's say it were his move again right now, would he just go for b4 immediately, or do we have to make more preparations before playing b4? Do we even want to play b4?
It's a good question. I think at some point black does want to go b4. Let's say white goes queen e2. Maybe we play a move like rook f8, or maybe just b4 as you mentioned right away. Because if white takes, we're going to recapture with the knight, hit the bishop. And this bishop doesn't even have a good square to go to in the first place, but also now black gets this past a pawn. And white's extra pawn is this e pawn, but that isn't really useful at all, right? So I think the position looks great for Le Quang.
Yeah, so b4, and I guess the problem is, as white, we can't really stop. I would love to, well, to get the bishop on c3. That bishop on b2, I'm not so sure right now. It's sort of looking at its own pawn on d4 and not really doing so much, but it's also hard to see how we can activate it. Can white ever try and open in the center with e4?
Maybe, but I guess if we go e4, then the pawn on d4 always gets weak. So Hikaru goes queen to b1. I guess he just wants to step out of the spin and maybe prepare a move like knight to e5. So I kind of like this move. I guess if Le Quang goes here, maybe now knight e5 becomes an option. This knight is under attack, and if you take, we take. This knight is hit, and if the knight moves, black hangs this. So I kind of like Hikaru's choice. So now let's see, maybe Le Quang has to spend a move like h6 to make sure that after knight e5 he can trade and he can move the knight.
But the nice thing for Le Quang Liam is, I think he has time, right, to make a move like h6. Like there's no concrete threats that Hikaru has in this position. So what I'm trying to say is there's no need for black to rush here, right?
Yeah, I think so too. He could also play a move like rook fc8, because now knight e5 does not hit the knight. So he could just, actually knight e5 would be a big mistake because it hangs this knight over here.
Oops.
But at least black's knight would not be hanging.
Yeah.
So there's a point to it. But he is thinking here, which is a little bit tricky. His position, I really like his position, but given the fact that he's down to 6.5 minutes, he's already 1.5 minutes behind on the clock. That could definitely be a factor later on, especially against Hikaru.
Absolutely. I think you make a great point. Le Quang Liam cannot afford to drop too low on time, because it will be punished. His position is great. I really think that he could not have hoped for anything more out of the opening, and he decides. So this is why he took a little bit of time. He did decide to just go for b4 immediately.
Right, so now knight e5 is really the critical continuation, I think, from Hikaru. So let's have a look. So if white goes knight e5, this knight is under attack, and they would also hit the bishop. So black cannot take here because we take here, hit the queen. Black takes here, but in the end, we take this bishop, we check, then we take here, and white is just winning. Right, so that is not an option. Black could decide to trade on e5, but then we take, we hit the knight. Maybe now black can take on a3. I don't know how this all works out, but maybe this is what Le Quang is looking at.
I mean, it's like the first game we saw between Fabiano and Daniel Dubov. Like suddenly the position is just gonna explode wide open if we go down, if knight e5 is played, and suddenly, look at this, everything is hanging. It's so hard to figure out what's going on. And I think it also makes sense for Hikaru to take some time here, because those lines were just going down. You want to take a little bit of time to try and figure out where they lead.
Yeah, no, for sure. And if he makes a mistake here, the position could easily become quite critical. Like, let's say he takes on b4, which looks quite logical. Black's going to recapture. This bishop is under attack. You don't want to part with that bishop for sure. And otherwise, black's going to bring in the rook to c8 or maybe b8. And I think black's just doing great. So he must be calculating all of this for sure. I mean, I think maybe a move like rook c1 also makes sense, to just hit the knight in a very simple manner. But, and as we speak, the time is evening up.
Time is evening up. I think probably Hikaru is calculating the lines behind knight e5, and well, just as I say that that's what he goes for, knight e5, and now things are really going to open up here. Does black have to take on e5?
I guess so, because if you move the queen, then we can always trade on g4 and deflect the knight from h7, and white takes here. So Le Quang has traded on e5 right away, and moves are coming in very, very quickly after knight e5. So Le Quang traded, Hikaru captured, and Le Quang took on a3, hitting this bishop. Hikaru took on f6, hitting this bishop, and Le Quang takes on b2, hitting this rook. Hikaru took here. So now I guess this is forced, taking on e1, otherwise you're just gonna be down a piece. So let's see, Hikaru could then throw in maybe this and take the rook over here. It feels like white is winning a piece, but actually he's not, because this knight is always under attack.
So let's just very quickly put that line on the board, because it's very messy here. So you were saying after taking on a1, bishop h7, king h8.
We take on f8. Oh, black has to recapture, and oh wait, black has to recapture. Then we take here. We have to take the queen, of course. And I guess.
And one of the nice thing is you cannot. Oh, sorry. Yeah. So you take on h7.
Right, and I guess black is still a bit better due to this past a pawn. And I mean, maybe white can go queen d4. He has some sort of blockade, but once again, this a pawn is going to be very tough to deal with. So wait, what?
What?
Look, wait, what? He played a rook to b8. Wait, which is a massive blunder. Hikaru just queened.
Oh my goodness.
White is just up a piece.
Oh my goodness. Le Quang just completely blundered. What could he have missed? I'm so shocked.
I have no idea. And Hikaru blunders the knight right back. Just kidding. If black takes, there's bishop takes h7, and we win the queen. So white is just winning here. What was that? Le Quang was playing a great game. I thought actually in all those complications, he would even be a bit better, but he just blundered a piece there.
What an incredible turnaround. I mean, he was doing so well. Do you think he played this whole sequence a bit too fast?
Maybe, I don't know. Did he just miss the move e8 queen? That's what I think. Very, very tough blunder. And yeah, now Hikaru's just going to win the game. So after queen d6, he played the move bishop b1. I guess he wants to put the bishop on a2 to block this pawn and then go knight to c5, put pressure in the center, b8, bishop a2 on the board. So yeah, it looks like Hikaru is just going to win this game. I mean, it could have easily gone the other way had Le Quang not blunder like this.
Absolutely. And I mean, in here, it's not just an extra piece. There's no, unfortunately for Le Quang, there's no counterplay as black. It is really just a full piece. The white knight will be beautifully placed on c5. The only trump you have is that pawn on a3, but that's very unlikely to ever go anywhere.
Indeed, yeah. If that a pawn will not be on the board, I think Le Quang would just resign. He plays the move h6, making sure he always has some loot for the king. But this should be quite a easy win for Hikaru. I guess knight to c5, maybe h3 himself to make sure that he always has loot for the king. And one way or another, this should be winning for white. He goes queen to c5, another good move going for the queen trade.
Yeah, I think it makes sense, right? You're up a piece, so it makes sense for Hikaru to try and trade down as many pieces as possible.
Right, so Le Quang doesn't want any of that. He goes queen to e5, knight to d4 by Hikaru, and rook to b2. Trying to maybe create some counterplay along the second rank, but I doubt that it's going to work out. Yeah, I guess maybe once go queen f6 hit this, but it should be winning one way or another for Hikaru.
Does black even have a threat right now?
Not in the current position, but he's threatening to go queen f6, so he has a threat. So
we have a move. Which of our pieces, how do we go on about, what is your advice, let's say, to convert these positions with an extra piece? What would be your approach as white?
I like the move that Hikaru just chose, the move bishop b3. He just wants to round up this pawn on a3. So I guess just round up that pawn first and bring the pieces back over to the center and the king side to make sure that nothing bad ever happens over there. So let's say Le Quang were to play a move like queen f6. I guess we just go rook f1. Queen f6 actually was just played by Le Quang, rook f1 by Hikaru on the board. And I don't see how you hang on to this pawn. If you go a2, I think after queen c3, your rook is just trapped and the game is over.
And I think we might just see a resignation here very soon, because we were talking about how that pass pawn on the a file is really the only trump. And once that falls, I don't think that Le Quang has an interest in playing a piece down. So I think this game will just be over momentarily.
I think so too. And to make things even worse, if white takes here, this rook on b2 can also easily get trapped. So yeah, I think this one is going to be over soon. And yeah, Le Quang might just resign this one.
I mean, it's crazy. Like, I can see the top engine line is queen takes d4 as the best move for black. That tells you just how dire the situation is for Le Quang.
Indeed, if that is the best move, then it's clear that things have gone wrong. And yeah, I just don't see it here. Like, white's just going to take here, and I think this rook is just going to get trapped. He goes pawn to g6. So let's see how Hikaru will convert here. Maybe if he takes, Le Quang wants to go here, hit the queen, maybe try to bring this other rook in somehow and hope for a miracle, but it's a lot to ask for in this position.
It really would be a massive, massive miracle. Maybe we don't have to take on a3 immediately. After you told me about that rook on b2, my eyes are set on trying to trap that rook. How could we go on about this? We see Hikaru takes on e6.
Yeah, I like this decision. So if black now takes with the queen, there's bishop takes d5, hitting the queen, and you win the rook. So black probably has to take with the pawn, but then we take on a3, and now there's no rook to c8. So white keeps all the activity. He's up a piece, so this should be quite a straightforward win for Hikaru.
Yeah, very nicely done. I mean, why complicate matters. If you can just have another trade and then as a follow-up, pick up the pawn on a3. If we look at the players, Le Quang Liam actually is one of the players, I have to say, with a very impressive poker face. He never gives away too much, but surely this has to be a devastating this is a devastating blunder, the way he lost the piece for a player of his level. That doesn't happen so often.
Right, and we see Hikaru talking. He's talking to himself, okay, slow down, take your time, you're winning here, just don't blunder anything. Because actually I was just thinking, like, I guess if we take on a3, black wants to go rook f8, and actually there is a trick here. If you play a move like, maybe actually if you go, let's see, what would be a logical move? Let's say you go queen d6, right? All of a sudden, black has queen takes f2, and if you take rook b1, checkmate. So there are still traps in this position.
That's your puzzle rush moment right there.
That's puzzle rush right there. But white can always play a move like bishop c2 to guard along the second rank. So I don't see that happening. Oh, and Hikaru's actually gone for something else. After pawn takes e6, he went for bishop takes d5. So if black takes, we take with the queen and we hit the king and we collect the rook in the corner.
And we see that Le Quang has answered with rook d8. Now the bishop will simply drop back. Where do you think the bishop will go?
I guess he will go to c4. Ideally, white would go bishop f3 and then collect this pawn on a3, because the bishop always defends over here. However, if we go bishop c4, I guess bishop c4 is the move. Maybe black has rook f8, or actually there's maybe some move like rook takes f2, even though white should be winning.
Yeah, white should be winning, but it's always unpleasant. Maybe not for a player of Hikaru's caliber, but if I was playing white here, I would think to myself, why did I allow this? Now I have to just make sure. As you say, there is probably nothing there, but well, we'll see if Hikaru will. And no, Hikaru has played queen to d4.
Yeah, queen to d4, nice move. So you cannot take the bishop because that will hang your queen. And if you take the queen first, then we take here with a check. And on the next move, we will take the queen and we will remain up a piece. So after queen d4, Le Quang has played queen e7. Hikaru takes the pawn on e6. The bishop cannot be taken because you hang your rook. So Le Quang has played king h7, but Hikaru's got to be winning here one way or another. Maybe just bishop d5, which you can anchor in with the move e4.
I like that suggestion a lot. And now the black king is also always going to be a problem. So once Hikaru consolidates, he has just played your move bishop d5. I like your follow-up idea of e4. And that's just an unattackable, unassailable construction there in the center. a3 will at some point fall. The black king will be weak. This is really very, very close to game over now.
Yeah, so Le Quang goes rook to b4, queen d3 by Hikaru. He makes sure that he keeps protecting the bishop on d5. And yeah, I guess he's going to go e4 on the next move, make sure this bishop is always protected. Rook h4 by Le Quang. He's threatening queen e5, which would hit the bishop and a checkmate. So Hikaru goes e4, making sure that is protected. Now this rook is also kind of shut out from the game. This is going to fall. So Hikaru is just going to win this game. You can literally bet your life savings.
Yeah, not only 20 seconds for Le Quang Liam. This is getting to a close, and actually he just resigns here after e4. So congratulations to Hikaru, moving on to the semifinals here of this third week and setting up a big match against Fabiano Carrana. Of course, before we get to that, we have two other quarterfinals to look forward to. The next one, match 3, will be, where did I lose it? Will be Sarana against Wesley So. So that's a big one to look forward to. Benjamin, very quickly, what are your thoughts about the next matchup? Wesley So against Alexa Sarana.
Yeah, so Wesley So is, of course, a clear favorite there. However, Alexa Sarana has proven to be in great shape lately. He won the last Bullet Chess Championship qualifier and has also played great to qualify to today's knockout. So he can definitely not be underestimated, but that one is going to be very, very exciting. And yeah, that semifinal between Hikaru and Fabiano is going to be an absolute thriller as well.
Absolutely. So much to look forward to. We will take a very short break, but we'll be back in just a couple of minutes with the third quarterfinal. So don't go anywhere, and we'll see you then.
This is going to be a real-time breakdown of Danny Wrench's games all time on chess.com.
That's cool. Oh! In the last month, I am playing 83.12.
I'm less accurate than them in every stage.
Yeah.
Man, that stings a little
You
bit.
should
Okay.
do the more game review.
Okay. Yeah, thanks. Okay, so
Tuesday sucks. I gotta stop playing chess on Tuesday.
Oh, it's because it's Title Tuesday.
Look how many blunders there were back in December 2020. And now December 2021, 1,600. Don't look at this number. Look at this number. Best.
Let's go to tactics. Mates. I'll probably need to work on these ones. Yep.
Every single rook fork that has presented itself to me, I have found. No one has a higher percentage of rook forks than I do. Yes, correct.
These are literally the knight forks that you missed.
I missed knight d6?
You saw it just now.
What the is wrong with me?
I could have done here and then taken this pawn, and I'm winning because my pawns get held together. That's probably the coolest part about this feature.
Like these positions against Hess? Rook there for rook e2! And he blunders mate in one! Oh my goodness! I'm awful!
Hello and welcome back to the Rapid Chess Championship, brought to you by Coinbase. And Benjamin, we're already on to the third game of the quarterfinals. It will be Wesley So against Alexa Sarana.
Yeah, this one is going to be very exciting. We see the players are getting ready. Wesley So is, of course, the big favorite here in this match, but as we discussed before the break, Sarana can definitely not be underestimated. So let's see how he will handle himself. Wesley actually lost last week in the quarterfinals against David Paravian. So Wesley is definitely looking to improve on that performance. So Wesley, starting off with the white pieces, what kind of approach do you think he will use in the opening?
I think probably a solid approach. I don't think we will see Wesley go all out. On paper, he is the stronger player. I'm curious to see what is Sarana going to do with the black pieces. Is he going to be solid as well? Will he be willing to take a little bit of risk? And the other question is, will we see today an All-American semifinals, or can either Sarana or Matlakov stop their respective opponents?
Yeah, no, that could easily happen. Yeah, Wesley So is also a big favorite here. But that matchup between Jeffery Zhong and Maxim Matlakov is really a toss-up, in my opinion. And yeah, the players should be getting underway any moment now. So
tell us, what do you expect from Wesley So? How do you think he will approach this match?
Yeah, I think Wesley, so we saw Hikaru just switching it up in the game with like knight f3 and b3. Wesley So is more of a theoretician. He wants to, keep it solid, try to get a advantage out of the opening, and just try to press from there. So Sarana definitely had to do some homework in terms of preparation before this match, because Wesley is one of the best prepared players in the world.
For sure. And well, we'll see what happens in the opening, and we see the players are just about to kick off. And e4, c5, our first Sicilian.
Yes, and Wesley goes for the bishop e5 check line, knight to d7 by Michanek. We see a4 by Wesley. So this is a tricky line, knight f6 and knight to c3. The point is that if black ever goes a6, we just drop the bishop back to e2, and black cannot play a5. And Wesley goes a5. Now this move might look a bit surprising, but after a6, he's just going to drop back. And once again, it's difficult for black to continue developing, because if you ever go b5, white's going to take en passant, and black will have that isolated pawn over here. But then how else are you going to bring out that bishop? And he goes for knight
e5.
e5.
Very strange looking move. I see you don't seem to like it. The bar doesn't seem to like it. So knight e5, the first question is, what if we take the knight?
Yeah, I always thought that white should be quite a bit better here after the straight, especially with this whole inclusion of the pawn on a5, because now white just goes d3, bishop e3 puts pressure here, and eventually move like knight a4, and this pawn on c5 is super weak. So Wesley does decide to trade on e5, and I guess he's just going to continue with d3 and bishop e3.
I'm once again very surprised, because if we look at Sarana's clock time, he hasn't used any time really. Could this be some kind of preparation? Like, it's really hard to imagine. I mean, the lines you were showing, that pawn on c5 is just so weak. It's not easy to defend. Or do you think there could be a deeper idea here somewhere that we're missing?
I guess this is his preparation because he's moving so fast, but this does not look great to me because, yeah, as we mentioned, the pawn on c5 is super weak. White can also go someone like f3, then maybe queen d2 and queen f2, and good luck defending the pawn, especially in the long term. Like knight e4 can always come. And what is black going to do in the meantime, right? Like maybe he's going to move this knight at some point and try to go for f5, but that doesn't really do too much anyway. So he goes bishop to d7. So what do you think Wesley should do here?
Well, I think one of the moves, as you suggested, f3, h3 is the Wesley's choice, which is basically not a waiting move. You take away the square on g4 to stop any knights ever landing there and just passing the ball back to black. I think Wesley is not in any rush. The weakness on c5 is not going to go anywhere. And Sarana follows up with e6. I mean, he's been playing really, really fast. And I'm curious now, how will Wesley follow up? His position looks very nice, but how do we make progress from here?
Yeah, I guess e6 is a good move. It takes the d5 square away from the knight, so now this knight can move at some point. And it also blunts his bishop on this diagonal. So maybe what Wesley could do is go for someone like queen to d2, and then knight a4, because the queen on d2 guards the pawn on a5, and then the knight is putting pressure here, or could go to b6. So I guess that would force Sarana to give up his bishop. But instead of that, he goes for f4. Quite a surprising decision, because I think black shouldn't be too unhappy about this trade, because that opens up the diagonal for his bishop again.
Yeah, it feels like at least now black's pieces, because I was thinking about that bishop on g7 with the pawn on e5, the black pawn on e5 reigning in his own bishop. So f4, does black take on f4? Is that just leading to immediate problems?
That is a good question. Yeah, I guess maybe taking on f4 right away is a bit problematic, because where do you go with the queen? And white gets some annoying pressure here. Maybe the queen comes out of f3. So maybe what black should do is just delay it, because the diagonal is going to open up regardless. So black could maybe just make a move that improves his position a little bit. Let's say rook ac8, being sure this pawn is defended. And if white takes on e5, maybe he just moves this knight out of the way and takes with the bishop on e5. And all of a sudden, black's position is pretty good, I think.
Let me ask you a question. Could white ever consider sacrificing a pawn by going f5 instead of taking on e5 and try and... no, but you can just take with the e pawn, and I don't really have. I thought if I force g takes, but I forgot for a second. You can simply take with the e pawn, so that's not an option. What if I try and prepare f5?
Well, actually, after the move,
now that the bishop is
your
gone,
move f5 looks great, because if black takes,
that's very accommodating by Alexa.
Yeah, indeed. Now this pawn on f5 can no longer be captured, and also this pawn on c5 now comes under attack. So I really like your suggestion, f5 here for Wesley, but instead of that, he goes for bishop takes c5, hitting the rook, and Sarana goes pawn takes f4. He's sacrificing the exchange, but things are not easy at all. If Wesley decides to take, I guess he takes with, let's say maybe he just takes with the rook, and now he wants to go knight h5, bishop d4, knight g3.
Yeah, suddenly those dark squares are really, really weak around the white king. Like, this is not a turn of events I saw coming. Wesley hasn't captured on f8 yet, but if he doesn't take the exchange, then that means the whole line maybe was... could it be that the whole line was not as good as he might have thought?
Yeah, I think taking on c5 was a mistake. I really preferred your suggestion with the move f5. So maybe, as you mentioned, maybe you should not take the exchange, because they'll give like all the dark squares on the board. So maybe he should play a move like queen f3, try to random this pawn. However, black will try to hang on to it with someone like knight h5. So Wesley goes knight e2 instead. Knight h5 by Sarana. He keeps insisting on sacrificing this exchange.
Yeah, and do you think Wesley will take it now or still not? The situation hasn't really changed, right?
I mean, if he didn't take it on the last move, I would be surprised if he takes it now. But what else is he going to do, right? The pawn on b2 is under attack, so maybe he should play a move like c3. But yeah, I really like how this position has turned around for Sarana. And also, he's up on the clock, which is also a good thing for him.
Yeah, and once again, a very strange game. I would be shocked if what we saw in the opening was all preparation. Wesley seemed to have gotten a very nice position, as Wesley has just played b4, and suddenly we see the bar for the first time taking a downward turn. So now, if you're black, do you still leave the rook on f8 and say, okay, you can take me, or do you move the rook?
It's a very funny situation. Black keeps insisting on sacrificing his exchange. So what does White do? He says, no, you take my exchange.
Oh my goodness, I actually, I was so fixated, I didn't even see the rook on a1 hanging. Yeah, right, that is a rook.
So Black could take, however, this weekend's dark squares around Black's king. So I doubt that he will do that. So instead of that, Sarana goes rook after the 8. You might think like, okay, he doesn't want to sacrifice the exchange anymore. But guess what? White could go bishop b6 and take the rook now. So Wesley goes for that. So where is he going to go now with the queen?
So the queen, what are the options? d6, e5. E5 is the square he chose, probably the one that makes the most sense, the most central square, and also looking down at the rook on a1. And now, once again, the question, will Sarana save that rook? What is going on? Also, I see once again that the bar has taken a big dip. Is there something going on? It feels like the position that it starts, that there's some tactics in the air.
Yeah, I wonder if bishop takes e4 is a move for Black. I mean, if it works out, this should be great. But the question is, what does Black do after the move bishop d4, which blocks the d file and hits the queen at the same time? But maybe he goes queen c7.
Hitting the bishop on c4.
Now you hit the bishop on c4.
Oh my god.
And you could still take the exchange, but I guess Black's doing great here one way or another with this bishop looking down on the white king. So let's see if he's
oh, it's on the board. What a move. Bishop takes e4 and Sarana takes a sip of coffee or tea. It's looking very relaxed, while Wesley seems a little concerned here, and bishop e4 is really a stunning move, and it looks like Sarana is taking control over the game.
Indeed, yeah, bishop d4, queen c7 played instantly. Once again, if White takes an e4, Black takes his bishop on c4, and Black is doing great. I mean, he might even be close to winning because all the everything in White's position is very fragile. So Wesley, instead of all that, goes bishop to b6. Now Sarana could repeat the position with queen e5, but I guess he might be looking for more. Someone like queen c6 looks really good, putting a lot of pressure on this pawn on g2. So, I mean, Wesley looks to be in trouble here.
I like your suggestion of queen c6. And then the question is, once again, what does White do? How does White deal? White cannot afford to lose the pawn on g2. What happens after knight takes f4? How does that line go?
I guess if White takes on f4, White could also decide to take this rook first, but I guess Black is just going to recapture, and if White takes, Black is now going to take on g2. The pawn on h3 is under attack. Also, the pawn on c3 is under attack.
By the way, we have moves coming in. Sorry, I know I asked you to go here, but moves are coming in fast.
No, come on. Sarana played queen e5, bishop d4, queen c7, bishop e6. So does he go queen e5? I mean, normally a draw in the first game is a good result with the black pieces because then he would get to play with the white pieces. However, his position would be so good after queen c6 because this pawn is under attack and everything in the white position is really fragile. So it's really a gut call also, I think, at this point.
For sure. I think he's going to play. I mean, he's played very gutsily. As you say, it's difficult because you could just play the next game with the white pieces. But on the other hand, I'm sure he senses that he must be, at least there's a chance that he's better. So I think he will at least take some time. He has 5 minutes. He also probably wanted to check, will Wesley repeat if I go queen e5? Now he has the assurance that he can make a draw if he wants it and take some time and decide, does he deviate or repeat?
Indeed. And
a
draw is on the board. What a pity.
Wow, I did not see that one coming. I mean, Sarana, I think he will be kicking himself when he looks at this game later on, because I thought he played really brilliantly, taking all his chances to create this counterplay, and just when he had the better position. But of course, it's easier for us to say this here with seeing the eval bar than for the players over the board, and they are off in the second. So now we are playing a blitz game, Benjamin, with Sarana with the white pieces.
Yeah, this one is going to be very exciting for sure. So we see at E3 Nimzo, the moves are flying in, and Wesley decides to give up the bishop pair, but he has some pressure on the center. Generally, black proceeds here, moves like b6, bishop b7, sometimes queen c7, x-raying this bishop, so Sarana drops back to d3 right away. So let's see how Wesley will continue here. I thought something like knight c6 and e5 is the way to go here for black, which is what Wesley is going for.
All of that is on the board, both players moving very fast. Reminder, if you're just joining us, this is our first blitz game of the day, and the time control is 3+2. Knight to g3 seems to make a lot of sense. First of all, opening up the queen, but also the knight is looking at f5, at e4. And what do you make of the position on the board right now, Benjamin?
Yeah, it seems that Sarana is still in his preparation. He's moving super fast. Wesley could take this pawn on d4. However, Sarana would get great compensation after bishop b2, hitting the knight if this knight moves you take on f6, and that should be crushing for white. This knight can come in, this queen can come in, and with the bishop also looking down on the king. So that
those bishops are pretty mighty.
Indeed. So that pawn should not be taken, and Wesley goes bishop e6 instead. And Sarana goes bishop g5. So now I don't think you can afford white to take on f6. So where do you think you should go with the knight?
Well, what a knight e5, I was going to say, looks like the natural. That is the move that Wesley has played. And in comes the queen, queen h5, threatening mate on h7. So Wesley parried that with g6. But I'm loving Alexa Sarana's position here.
Indeed, especially practically speaking, like white always has a lot of pressure here with the two bishops. And also given the fact that black's king is a bit exposed, maybe just bishop h6, followed up with rook e1, put pressure along the e file as well. And also note that he's almost up a minute on the clock here. He must be quite familiar with this position. So this is going to be a tough game for Wesley for sure.
Yeah, and especially with only 2 minutes on the clock, this is 3+2 is a very different beast than 10+2, of course. And it's much more difficult to be on the defending end with so little time. With white, you have a beautiful bishop pair. White's king is somewhat open. Also, f6 has loosened up the black pieces because suddenly the bishop on e6 is not defended anymore. And yeah, you gotta fancy, I think, Sarana's chances here.
Indeed. So Wesley goes rook f8, rook f1 by Sarana, trying to put pressure along the e file. Maybe knight e4 at some point, putting pressure on the pawn on f6. And as you mentioned, everything looks really fragile in the black position. So let's see how Wesley will proceed from here.
g5, wow, that's another move I did not have on my radar. And the queen has now landed on h6. Queen g7 makes sense. Wesley, of course, I think would love to get the queens off the board. I guess as white, you want to keep the queens and you go queen h5, or what do you think?
I guess queen h5 is the move he should go for. But then maybe black goes bishop f7, hitting the queen, and queen h5 on the board as we speak. So I guess bishop, okay, queen f7 by Wesley, also very logical. And where do you go with this queen? Because if you go to f3, then black takes here with a tempo. So I guess you don't really want to do that. So I like what Wesley has done over the last couple of moves.
Yeah, maybe now what you're saying is maybe we can't stop the queen trade any longer, right? Queen h6, are we going to see another repetition? Surely not.
I mean, I doubt it, because Sarana must realize that he must have chances here to win this game. So
unless he considers himself a favorite in the bullet, I don't know how good the players are in bullet, but yeah, I would be very surprised if Sarana repeats, but who knows?
Well, yeah, Sarana is actually very strong in bullet because he did win the last bullet chess championship qualifier. So maybe he feels confident in his chances there. However, it feels like a mistake not to try to take advantage of the great positions he's getting. But let's see what he is gonna do. He goes queen h5, queen f7 now by Wesley.
He's really dropped into the tank as well. Suddenly, he's the one down on clock, and he goes back. So he plays on Queen D1.
Right. So I kind of like his decision to play on. However, the queen is, less active on D1 than it was on H5. Now maybe Wesley could take the pawn, which is what he goes for.
He does.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know what to make of what Sarana has done over the last couple of moves. I like that he's played on, but it feels like Wesley should be fine in the current position.
Yeah, I mean, suddenly I was talking earlier about the white bishops, but suddenly those black knights on D5 and D4 also look like they could cause a lot of trouble. The knight has found its way to F4, and also we see from the bar, oh my goodness, bishop E4, and it's plummeted. What is knight B3?
Knight
Oh my
B3.
goodness.
You hit the bishop and the rook, and what
rook.
is Sarana going to do? I mean, if you take an F4, that doesn't help anything either. Blake's going to recapture, hit the knight, and now two pieces are hanging. I think, isn't this just over for Sarana? Like, how are you not just losing material here?
I mean, this looks... Yeah, how do you not lose material? This looks over. The bar has plummeted all the way, and what a heartbreaker for Sarana. How quickly this all went wrong. We were saying he should play on, he played on, and 2-3 moves later, suddenly it's all fallen apart. But what a resilient defense by Wesley, you have to say.
Indeed, and knight f5 by Sarana. So bishop takes f5 because knight h6 was a threat. He goes bishop d5, but wait, take and queen d5. You're just down two pieces. This is over. Queen
This
d5
is
all over.
absolutely over.
Yeah, Wesley So is going to win, and he's going to move on to the semifinals as well. I mean, up two pieces, there's just no chance against Wesley So.
Incredible stuff, and you can see the disappointment on Sarana's face. For him, a very frustrating match. He had a superior position in the rapid game, repeated moves there, which maybe was the wrong decision. Now in the blitz, he didn't repeat the moves and then ended up losing pretty much immediately. So it just sort of all went wrong for him. And we can see on the camera, of course, the disappointment on his face.
Indeed, and the players have repeated the position once, but Wesley is, of course, not going to repeat the position more. He brings his knight back to defend. And yeah, once again, and Sarana just resigns. He realizes this is just lost. He's down two pieces. There's no chance. So Wesley So moves on to the semifinals as well. He's going to play against the winner of the match between Jeffery Zhong and Maxim Matlakov.
Incredible stuff. What a comeback for Wesley, who was put under huge pressure by Sarana. For him, very disappointing. But the third American is through to the semis. As you said, in a few minutes, we'll have the fourth and final quarterfinal here. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with game for Matlakov against Jeffery Zhong in this Rapid Chess Championship, brought to you by Coinbase. We'll see you very soon. Coverage of the FIDE Grand Prix returns March 1st right here on chess.com. Who will win the second leg after Hikaru Nakamura's first leg victory? Catch Anish Giri, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, Shahriar Mamediarov, Vidit Gujarati, and others as they vie for Grand Prix points and a spot at the next candidates tournament. Join Grandmaster Benjamin Bock and Women Grandmaster Keti Tsatalashvili for all the action here on chess.com. But first of all, Benjamin, we have got the Rapid Chess Championship on our hands today, brought to you by Coinbase. And we're just about to see the last matchup of the quarterfinals, Matlakov against Jeffery Zhong. What do you think? Are we going to see 4 Americans in the semis, or can Matlakov put a stop to it?
Yeah, well, I think this matchup is really a toss-up in the sense that the other quarterfinals, there was a clear favorite, but here I really don't know who's going to win this one. Both of them are very, very strong grandmasters, especially in the faster time controls. And Wesley starts off with the white pieces as he plays a little bit higher in the Swiss portion, and he opens up with knight f3.
So knight f3, a quiet start. What do you expect? How would you describe, maybe in just a couple of words, the style of both players?
Yeah, so both players are very well prepared. Matlakov generally has his work cut out for him. So he could go bishop f5, which is very solid. Also c5. Jeffery going for a bit more of a slower approach with the London opening. And it seems that has surprised Matlakov a little bit.
Yeah, so he's taken a few minutes before responding with bishop f5, so for a second mirroring White's development, and now queen b3. And the question is, how do you deal with all that's happening? Is this all theory? I guess so. The players are blitzing out the moves. What's going on, Benjamin? And enlighten me.
I think this is some sort of theory where Black sacrifices the pawn, he goes king e7. He wants to go c3 very quickly or swing in the rook, hitting that bishop. So let's see. I'm sure that Matlakov has looked at this at some point, but given the fact that he's taking his time a little bit here and there, and that Jeffery is still moving very, very quickly, tells me that Jeffery has probably still looked at this, this morning or yesterday evening after the Swiss. So I don't know, that could be a bit worrying for Matlakov.
Yeah, so for Matlakov, how do you continue here your development? Or do you have to, can you play c3? The pawn on c4 is currently attacked.
Yeah, I guess c3 is really the critical move here. It would force White to take, and then maybe Black takes with the rook, ready to go rook c2, put a lot of pressure here. And I don't know, it's not easy for White to get castle. Like, let's say you go bishop e2, Black goes here. You cannot castle because that hangs the knight. So I won, and actually all of that, the move c3 is on the board. Jeffery took, but Matlakov took with the bishop. So where's Jeffery going to go now with the rook?
I guess c1 looks like the natural square. b1 we cannot go to because there's a black bishop on e4. So the only two squares really are c1 and d1. And I think if there's no problems, of course, it's a bit scary to put the rook on an undefended square, especially when the rook from c8 is looking down, but it looks like everything is under control. If Black takes on d2, of course, the king recaptures and the rook is defended.
Indeed, yeah. So rook c1 does look like the move, because also if White were to play rook to d1, like as bishop c2 hitting the rook, and if the rook moves over, bishop e2 and the rook is trapped. So rook c1 is on the board, and this really puts the pressure on Matlakov. Like, he's down a pawn, and what is he going to do? If he doesn't do anything quickly, White is going to go bishop e2, castle, and White's position is great. So what is he going to do here? I don't really see it, to be honest.
It's really hard to see because Jeffery's position is not just is he a pawn up, but his position is very solid as well. It's very hard to see where Matlakov's play is going to come from. Also, he's not completely developed yet. The knight is still sitting on b8. The rook is still sitting on a8. So I guess you have to do something about that. He starts with a5.
Interesting choice. Yeah, I guess the point behind the move a5 is that he wanted to play the move knight bd7. However, that would run into bishop a6, which would have been extremely annoying. So with the move a5, he gets rid of that. However, it feels a bit slow. So maybe now Jeffery has the time to go bishop e2 and get castled. And I feel like black should not have sufficient compensation for the pawn.
Yeah, and we see what did so Jeffery goes bishop b5. Bishop b5, I like that square. It's also restricting, once again, just restricting the black pieces even further. Maybe we can at some point play a4 and once again anchor that bishop on b5. And for Matlakov, what next? So do we go knight d7 now?
I guess, yeah, you have to keep developing your pieces, but I don't really like bishop e5 as well. By Jeffery, you can go a4, as you mentioned, to anchor in that bishop, but he can also play a move like king e2 now, which is what he goes for. So now Matlakov can take, he doesn't do so. Maybe it didn't work out tactically, but this looks great for Jeffery. He's just up a pawn here, maybe a4, and he should have great chances to win this game.
Yeah, I wonder if not a4, then what do we do? I guess we have to protect the pawn, right?
I guess so. Yeah, sooner or later, I guess you do want to go a4, make sure that is protected. What you could also do is go king d3, hit the bishop, and then e4. But I guess if you do that in the current position, Matlakov could take the pawn on a2. So that's why, as we discussed, I think a4 looks like a very nice and logical move.
But wait, if you take on a2, c3 is hanging, no?
Oh, sorry, I meant if king d3, bishop e4,
after bishop,
e4,
I'm sorry, yeah, after e4.
Right.
Okay, yeah.
I guess this works out, although I'm not sure. So this could also be considered for Jeffery.
Also looks promising. I mean, the whole position really, really promising. And we see that Matlakov, sorry, did go and a4 was played by Jeffery.
Yeah, a4 on the board by Jeffery. I like his choice. It's just keeping it simple. And now, yeah, it's up to Matlakov. I don't think he has enough compensation. And what is he going to do here? Like, also, his pieces aren't necessarily that active. So white's up a pawn here, and I think it looks great for Jeffery.
It's one of these positions, like this old saying, or I don't even know if it's a saying per se, but it's like you have the extra pawn and the compensation. Like it feels, if anything, white's pieces are better placed than black's pieces.
Yeah, so the move knight h5 for Matlakov makes sense. He wants to grab that bishop on g3, so then at least he has something to show for the pawn. Jeffery could maybe play a move like bishop h4 if he really wants to keep that bishop on the board, but he could also just ignore all of it and just keep improving his position with moves like king to d3. So let's see which one he will choose.
I like your suggestion of king d3. Also, I guess we don't have to be too worried about losing the bishop here. If white were to capture, maybe we could recapture with the h-pawn, then the h-file opens up. But Jeffery strikes in the center with e4, which also looks very, very promising.
Right, so e4 on the board by Jeffery. And actually, I was just thinking, I guess this bishop has to move back to b7. And doesn't white have to have some tactics with moves like knight to c4, which has just been played by Jeffery? This bishop is under attack, and if you go bishop b4, now bishop takes d7. If you recapture, you get forked all over
Family
the place.
fork. Yeah.
Isn't Matlakov just lost here? I mean, what do you do? I mean, this bishop is under attack.
And look at Matlakov. He is deep in thought, but what do you do? Yeah, I mean, is this just over? Once again, it happened all so fast. Somehow all the games, like I don't do a rapid commentary very often, and you always feel 10 minutes, but these guys, they play so much blitz. It will be long games, but here, I mean, we're 10 minutes into the game, and it just seems crushing.
Yeah, no, it just seems crushing for Jeffery. I don't see a defense for Matlakov. Like I said, I think it's just over. Because also, if you, like, let's say after bishop b4, after bishop takes c7, if you go rook takes c4, none of this ever works. White's just going to recapture. And if bishop a6, we just have bishop b5 to block. So none of these lines work for Matlakov. And he's thinking here, he must realize that he is in a world of trouble. So I think Jeffery is just going to move on to the semis. I just don't see it for Matlakov.
Yeah, and we just saw a side there from Matlakov. I mean, but what a game by Jeffery. Like, it's hard to say, where did it even go wrong? Did it just go wrong straight out of the opening? Like, it all looked like so, like, not easy in the term, but Jeffery made it look easy is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I guess it went wrong in the opening for Matlakov. Like, he sacrificed his pawn, but If Black does not know exactly what he's doing, then the position is going to be very tricky, which is what just happened. And yeah, like you said, Matt, it looks very tough here. From him, Jeffery looking very focused. He realizes that he's probably winning, but of course, it's never over until it's actually over.
Yeah, and we see Matlakov burning down the clock here, trying to find a saving resource. But unfortunately for him, there just doesn't seem to be anything. We also, of course, see the bar, which says plus 6.6, which is quite a big advantage. So we know from that there is no resource. And very often the players know it too, but you don't want to resign immediately. You will use all the time to try and find something, but what a performance by Jeffery.
Indeed, yeah, it is a rapid game after all, so there isn't too much time on the clock. So I think Matlakov should try to play on here, trying to complicate, create some chances, and maybe he will have a chance for a miracle. Honestly, that's what he needs here, because the position looks lost. He's down a pawn, and he's also going to lose an exchange, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of these positions, like, you don't want to resign, but you just don't find a move that will even keep you in the game. So just a very, very tough spot here for Matlakov.
Yeah, so let's see what he will do to try to play on. I mean, time is ticking for him as well. He's a little over 3 minutes, so that might become a problem as well. But yeah, right now it just looks like I keep saying this. Jeffery is in great shape to qualify to the semifinals.
Yeah, and that would make it for an All-American semifinal. With the first one, that's already set in stone. It will be Fabiano Carrana against Hikaru Nakamura. We just saw Wesley So qualify to the second semifinal. And it looks like Jeffery Zhong is on the verge. To be honest, I wouldn't be so shocked if Matlakov even resigned.
Yeah, it would feel a bit premature. He goes bishop b4, but now bishop 67 just looks winning for Jeffery, and he goes for it. And Black is just losing a ton of material, because if, let's say, you take on c4 and now take on d7, there's rook c7, and you're just going to be down a full rook. So he has recaptured on d7. Now knight b6 check by Jeffery, hitting the king and the rooks. He goes king to d8, but this got to be crushing. Like, either way, White just picks up too much material.
Yeah, which we're spoiled for choice here. I guess we just take on c8, or?
Yeah, actually the best way to proceed here is to move rook takes c8, because Black is forced to recapture with the rook. If you take with the bishop, you lose your rook. And here White picks up the exchange and already trades off some material. So let's see if Jeffery goes for that. If he would do so, he goes knight takes c8, of course also winning, and knight e5. The knight's ready to come to c6.
Yeah, I mean, this is just horrible. Now it's not just a pawn, it's a pawn and an exchange. And also the black pieces are just completely uncoordinated. The king on e8 is not looking great. I think Jeffery will probably just, I think I would double rooks on the c file, bring the last rook into the game. Jeffery goes for knight c6, which also makes sense, hitting the bishop on the p4. Where does that bishop even go to? It's really all falling apart for Matlakov.
Yeah, I don't see it here for him, because if he goes bishop f8, which is maybe like the only square to keep the bishop on the board, maybe Jeffery could take the pawn on a5 anyway, because if you capture the rook is hanging. So he goes bishop a3, hitting the rook on c1, maybe just rook c3, hitting the bishop on b4. And yeah, once again, it all looks great for Jeffery. Bishop rook c3 on the board. The other rook is ready to swing in to c1.
And look at the poor black pieces. The bishop is now back on its sighting square on f8. The other bishop on c8. The rook on a8. And the only piece that's out is the knight on the rim on h5. It's really a very sad position. And Matlakov resigns after rook b1.
So yeah, Wesley, I keep doing this. Jeffery moves on to the semifinals. He is going to play Wesley So. So that's going to be a very exciting matchup for sure. So yeah, an American will win this week's Rapid Chess Championship. We can already know that.
Incredible domination by the American players. I think this game was maybe the most one-sided we've seen today, with Jeffery being in control the whole time. But next up, it's the game I think we're all looking forward to. Fabiano Carrana against Hikaru Nakamura, the rematch from last week's final. And Benjamin, I absolutely cannot wait. We will take a very short break, but then we will be back with that matchup between the two American superstars in the semifinal of the Rapid Chess Championship, brought to you by Coinbase. So don't go anywhere, and we'll see you in just a couple of minutes.
6 seconds for David. Black's got to make moves faster. Rook H2, Rook A2, come on. Queen
Queen
A8.
Oh, Queen A wins the rook.
Queen A8
oh
was
my
winning
gosh.
the rook. Black is really slow. So is David. Oh, I think David's going to flag him. He's giving the right checks. Oh, Rook E2,
Rook E2. He missed it.
Oh, take the queen. Oh, he took it. Oh my goodness. Knight back to F1. Amazing. Oh my god, you have to...
Oh, stalemate.
He should have made a bishop. He could have flagged him with a bishop.
Oh my gosh.
Does Steil-Antoni? Oh, Steil-Antoni is slightly worse tiebreaks. Fedoseev still qualified.
Wait, no.
He didn't.
No, he didn't. And Steil-Antoni qualifies. The stalemate gets him through.
This is unreal.
Oh my gosh.
He surpasses Fedoseev. Poor Vladimir.
Robert,
Yes, Anna?
you called it.
Oh boy. Oh boy. And we have a very quick draw because what Hikaru is saying is you can have the white pieces, Fabiano, but in 3-minute plus 2-second increment, I am king. If DC3, there might even be rook takes E6.
Rook takes D6.
Oh my gosh, and bishop E5.
Six.
And Fabiano's
He's
thinking, which means that
calculating
he knows it's there. He
Yes.
knows it's there. And he finds it and he plays it.
Wow.
Oh my gosh, it's
Checkmate afterwards.
over.
What a game. He takes on B7 first to cut the king. The black king has nowhere to go. Rook D1 is the winning threat as well as the hanging rook. Plus Queen C7. There's just way too much going on.
I didn't even think about Queen C7. Queen C7's mate. It's mate in 1. Oh my gosh. He has to see mate in 1, right? That's game.
Game over.
Oh my gosh, that is checkmate. That is Fabiano Caruana saying, you sure you want to play me in blitz? I can handle myself.
Welcome back to this Rapid Chess Championship brought to you by Coinbase and Benjamin. Well, we've just seen the highlight video of last week's final between Hikaru Nakamura and Fabiano Caruana, and that is the exact matchup we have awaiting us here for the first semifinal.
Yeah, last week's matchup was very, very exciting, and this one is going to be very exciting as well. So this week is going to be a little bit different though, because Fabiano placed a little bit higher in the Swiss portion. He will play with white pieces in the rapid game. I doubt that he will do what Hikaru did, make a quick draw in the Berlin. Once again, I think Hikaru will be happy if the game's draw and the time control gets shorter and shorter. So it will be very interesting to see how Fabiano will try to beat Hikaru with white pieces.
Yeah, Fabiano, of course, as most people will know, one of the best prepared players in the world. He was for the longest time the world #2. We see his stats here. So his rapid rating on chess.com, 2833. His FIDE rapid 2784. And Benjamin, I think you looked up what their world standings are respectively.
Yeah, so in the rapid, they are pretty close. Hikaru is #2 in the world, while Fabiano is #6 in the world. But in blitz, Nakamura does have quite an advantage. In blitz, he's #1 in the world, and Fabiano is #15. So once again, I think Hikaru should be happy if it comes down to a blitz tiebreaker. But given the fact that Fabiano has the white pieces, he will try to put a lot of pressure in the very first game, which could get underway any moment now.
Yeah, so I think the game will start within the next minute. Do you think Hikaru is especially motivated to get revenge over Fabi?
Yeah, no, for sure. Knowing him, he always wants to take revenge whenever he loses to someone. So I'm sure that he will be even more motivated. He definitely has looked up that line that Fabiano used last week to beat him in that crushing win that we saw in the video during the break. So yeah, but I guess Fabiano's gonna try to go for a different opening approach.
What do you think is the opening approach he will go for?
I guess he will stick with 1e4. That's really his bread and butter, but he could also easily go 1d4. Fabiano really knows everything in every single line. So I'm sure he has something cooked up for this match.
Yeah, and well, we see the players are ready. Hikaru is still streaming. Fabiano looking calm and collected, and the game will get underway any second now.
Yes, and we are off. Fabiano opens up with the move 1e4, just like last week. I guess Hikaru is going to stick to the Berlin, and I expect Fabiano to choose a different line. Oh, he goes for the Italian.
Italian. Wow, this I did not expect. I don't, maybe you can tell us how much Italians Fabiano has been playing. I always felt the Ruy Lopez, of course, was his main. Is this a surprise to you?
Yeah, it is a little bit of a surprise to me. He goes for the strictly sideline with knight bd2. Now Hikaru could take on e4. He could also take on d2 and go d5 in the center. Lots of options here for black. So let's see which one he will go for.
And even from the fact that Hikaru is thinking, it's clear that the Italian probably also caught him by surprise.
I guess so, yeah. Fabiano definitely must have prepared this. So he goes for a bit more of a direct approach. So Hikaru captures the pawn on e4, d5, played instantly by Fabiano. Now, I guess Hikaru, he trades on d2, so now Fabiano's going to take with the queen, you move the knight. d6 is practically h4?
Wow. Oh my goodness.
He is just going for the attack right away.
I mean,
thought
this is really
was forced.
This is really not what I was expecting. I thought, okay, Fabiano will play a quiet game, but he's showing really a completely different side here and just going, that H-pawn is running up the board.
Yeah, so Hikaru goes pawn on d6, ready to develop his bishop, and Fabiano goes pawn to h5. Now, the pawn on h5 is also very nice because it restricts this knight on e7, so Hikaru goes h6, not allowing Fabiano to go pawn h6 himself. And Fabiano goes queen side castles. Now, what is Hikaru going to do? He could go king side castles, but that's always going to run into g4, g5 sooner or later. And against a well-prepared Fabiano Caruana, that is not going to be a lot of fun.
Absolutely. Fabiano is up almost 10 seconds from his starting time. So very clearly he has looked at all this. Hikaru did castle, but surely it's not without danger. Castling into this upcoming attack, knowing that Fabiano has looked at this probably very recently. This is very, very scary territory for Hikaru, but I'm sure it's also a double-edged sword, of course. What do you think Hikaru should do? Should he try and open up the queen side? Should he do something to stop white attack on the king side? What do you think Black should do?
Yeah, so white makes his intentions very clear. He wants to go g4. I think he should play the move bishop g4 to stop white from going g4. And then the question is, what is Fabiano going to do? Like, you could play someone like queen f4, but maybe he just keeps that sort of blockade there over the f3 square for now, but white could still try to overcome it. I don't really see how Hikaru could create any sort of counterplay on the queen side, because I guess Fabiano will always just ignore it and just start pushing on this side of the board. And given the fact, once again, that Fabiano has 10 minutes on the clock, Hikaru is down to 7.5. This is looking very, very scary for Hikaru.
Absolutely incredible stuff. I'm with you. I think bishop g4 makes sense from the point of view, even if it's just that you're stopping g4, because once g4 appears, the white attack just rolls very, very fast, basically.
Indeed. So, yeah, so I guess bishop g4 is the move that Hikaru should go for. Let's see what Fabiano could do. I mean, maybe a move like queen f4 hitting this bishop. I guess maybe sooner or later we'll have to trade. b5 has been played by Hikaru. Fabiano didn't want any of that. He just played bishop to b3. I don't know.
Continues playing instantly. So b5, and now, well, maybe we can just still go bishop g4.
Bishop g4 is still a move, so I guess white still has to go for someone like queen f4. White also has the additional option of going bishop c2 and queen d3, lining up this battery and going for checkmate, which is not easy for black to stop, because you can now play g6, white will take, and they will rip open the king side. And if you ever go f5, then white's going to go knight to d4, knight e6, but also f3. This bishop could all of a sudden get trapped. So Hikaru in the tank again, down to 6.5 minutes, and Fabiano with more than 10 minutes on the clock is still in his preparation.
Such impressive preparation by Fabiano. I think it's quite rare to see him just, go straight for the attack, throw the h-pawn up the board, castle queenside. It's very refreshing. if you Hikaru, it's very scary. I think bishop g4, now that you have gone b5, I like that he got that tempo in. I was curious if Fabiano could have captured the pawn maybe on b5, but clearly he has looked at this. And yeah, what do you do? If not bishop g4, what else?
I don't know. I mean, he has pushed the b pawn, but it doesn't really do too much. Just to illustrate, like, let's say black goes a5. We just go g4 for white, trying to go g5. And black could go f6, but this really weakens the light square. So what does white do? White then switches his attention. He goes queen to d3, bishop c2. And I think black is just getting checkmated here. I don't see what you can do. If you ever go f5, then white goes g5, rips open the king side. So it's already looking very, very tough for for Hikaru, who's down to 5 minutes.
5 minutes, half the clock time of Fabiano, who's blitzed out every single move. Even if we look at the players on camera, it's clear Hikaru is deep in thought. Fabiano looking nice and relaxed. It helps, of course, playing this kind of position. If you had it on the computer just earlier today, everything you're playing, you know, is backed up by computer, and it's possible that he's looked at this even further down the line from here.
Indeed, yeah, and it's very, very tough for Hikaru. If this would be a classical game, then he could spend, 20 or 30 minutes and figure something out. But here, as he spent only 5 minutes, he, like you said, he only has half his time on the clock, and he goes bishop g4. I like the move because g4 really had to be stopped, and knight h4 blitzed out by Fabiano once again.
Incredible stuff. So knight h4, and well, for starters, the pawn on h5 is hanging now. It's probably not a pawn I want to take, but I will ask you anyway. What would happen if I just take that?
It's a good question. I guess white goes g4, bishop g6. And here the question is, how does white proceed? Like, white could play g5, but black, I guess, keeps things close with the move h5. So maybe he can go for a move like knight f5, trying to sacrifice on g7 or h6. And if black ever takes... This opens up both the files for the white rook. So I don't think you can take that pawn.
Yeah, I felt I probably couldn't take it, but I'm glad we confirmed that. So you cannot take the pawn on h5. My other question is, if black plays a move like a5, then what is white's follow-up? Are we going to play f3, g4, or what are the ideas?
I guess so, yeah. I guess we go f3, because if black takes, then once again we go for g4 and bishop and knight f5, which looks crushing for white. So I guess that's really white's idea. White wants to go f3 on the next move, so Hikaru has to do something quickly. Maybe what he could do is play a move like c6. White could take, but that would open up the c file for Hikaru's rook. I think he has to try to create counterplay somehow, and he goes for the move c5. But now Fabiano could decide, he could take anyway, but he could also decide to just completely ignore it.
Also, the problem is now we see Fabiano is thinking for the first time, which, and we see is very focused. The heads are in place on the head. Sometimes when you're Hikaru, you're not necessarily happy to see your opponent start thinking, because it means that it's not maybe one of the top engine moves. So it's always a double-edged sword. Like, on the one hand, you're happy he finally starts thinking. On the other hand, probably means that this was not one of the top engine moves.
And Fabiano has blitzed out f3, bishop takes h5, g4, and knight f5. So he had to be familiar with this idea, and he probably knows that this is crushing for white, because c5 didn't really do too much for Hikaru's position. If you go c4, there's always bishop c2. All these sacrifices are hanging in the air, and it's looking very, very tough for Hikaru. I don't see what he's going to do here. I mean, he could maybe take with the bishop and then take with the knight, which still defends everything for the moment. But here, white goes bishop c2. And as soon as you move this knight, then disaster is going to strike. And if you defend it, then white is going to take this knight first. Then, well, actually, this is checkmate on the spot, but something is going to go wrong here.
And I mean, what an attacking display by Fabiano. And I think it really was just that one move c5, which is a bit slow, and the attack is just rolling. And f6, of course, not a move Hikaru wants to make. We talked about the weakening of the light squares earlier. Fabiano blitzing out bishop c2. And there's just so many threats here in the air.
Yeah, I just don't see it here for Hikaru. I guess Fabiano did not know to move c5, but he must have been familiar with this whole sequence. Like we discussed, f3, g4 is his threat, followed by knight f5 and f6, then bishop c2. And what does black do? King f7 by Hikaru, but I think white has knight takes g7. Because if you take this knight, white is going to take on h6 with a check. You go king f7, white's going to take here, black recaptures, and queen h7. You recapture the knight and your attack rages on. So white is winning. And I guess if you throw in bishop takes c2 in between, white can always throw in knight e6, and white should be crushing here. I guess he's just going to recapture the bishop and continue the attack.
And we see Fabiano once again, he is thinking, he's deeply focused, and he must be looking at knight g7, which looks very, very strong, maybe crushing.
Yeah, I'm sure he's considering that. And yeah, it would be quite tough for Hikaru. He got crushed in last week's semifinal, and this one is not looking too great either. Yeah, knight takes g7. I just don't see how Hikaru could try to hang on here, and it's on the board. Fabiano Caruana has sacrificed his knight.
What a move, knight g7. Fabiano has been so impressive, not just this week, but every single week so far. I see we don't have so much time for the chat, but I see Hellstorm Angel saying Fabi prep is unreal, and this whole game, I mean, it pretty much was prep until he got a winning position.
Yeah, but it's not over just yet. Don't count out Hikaru Nakamura. He's known to be very, very resourceful. He will try to find every defensive resource in this position. So he played rook h8. He realized that he cannot allow white to take this pawn over here and infiltrate with the queen, and queen to g8. He's trying to hang on with everything he has. And actually, it's not that easy. Like, how does Fabiano crash through here exactly? Like, I don't see it right away.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because we see the bar has shot up all the way, says it's completely winning, but there doesn't seem to be an immediate crush. So the question is, how do we continue piling up the pressure? What would be your choice here as white?
It's a very good question. Yeah. Maybe he could move this rook over to the e file to switch his attention over there. Instead of that, he's played the move f4, and Hikaru has traded on c2. Now, I guess you take with the queen. You will have to sacrifice knight takes d5, but that looks very risky for black because you always expose yourself on this diagonal. But it's good, at least for Hikaru, that Fabiano is catching up a little bit on the clock here.
For sure. And I mean, Hikaru, you're absolutely right. I should not write him off. I do not write him off. He has to play, I think, to be one of the most resilient players on the circuit. I mean, the positions we have all seen him save or turn around, it's just incredible. But he is, of course, up against Fabiano Caruana. Fabiano, for him, the great advantage is he has a winning position and he has a time edge. For Hikaru, 2 minutes on the clock. And what do you do? We were just saying taking on d5 is incredibly risky, but if not, what else?
I don't know. Yeah, I guess if you don't take the pawn, white doesn't have an immediate breakthrough, but this king on f7 is going to be permanently weak. And white is just going to bring in the pieces like queen e4, rook to e1, and sooner or later, black's position should collapse. Hikaru also under 2 minutes. Maybe he could go king e8 to d7. White could pick up the exchange, but at least the king would feel somewhat safer on the d7 square.
I was wondering, if you go to e8 with the king, can I play something like queen e2, try and attack the pawn on b5, and at the same time I want to play rook e1 next, maybe use the e file?
Yeah, no, queen e2 looks like a great move. Maybe black is forced to go something like rook b8. And actually, he has played the move king e8, trying to bring the king back to defense. Once again, I don't think he really minds giving up this rook in the corner because he recaptures. The attack is gone now a little bit. This pawn on d5 is weak, so there's still chances. So let's see what Fabiano will do here.
So Fabiano is thinking, I was talking about queen e2. Maybe the move you talked about earlier, rook e1, also might still be an option to bring the rook. What else do you think that could be?
Yeah, it's a good question. Yeah, I think Hikaru, I like the moves he's made over the last couple of moves, really trying to hang on here. And I like the suggestion, queen e2, that you made, but I guess maybe he has rook b8, and if rook e1 rook b7, and he might still hold on here, like barely.
Yeah, it's incredible. For now, everything is defended. And I'll, at some point, if you're white, you always have to look at that pawn on d5. Can it be captured now? Can it be captured now? Here, I don't think with the king on e8, certainly not. But the question as white, how do you continue? Can you pile up the pressure even more? Try and do an unusual rook swing, rook h3, and bring the rook to e3.
Well, Fabiano has just played a move that was not on my radar at all. He's played the move a4. He wants to open up on that side of the board as well. However, Hikaru could do a couple things. Like he could maybe keep it close with move b4, or just don't care about this b5 pawn at all and get his king a bit more to safety. So let's see what he's going to do. He's under a minute, though.
Under a minute. Incredible. And well, if we look at the player cams, he's still talking. Remember, if you're not aware, Hikaru is streaming, so he's talking to his thought process. But now the pressure is really piling up with Fabiano opening up all the fronts and Hikaru trying to hold on for dear life.
He plays the move a6. He wants to keep this wall, so to speak, here on the queen side that's really holding everything together. So let's see what Fabiano will do. He can still pick up the exchange in the corner. And yeah, Hikaru, it's quite interesting to see. We see quite a difference here. Fabiano looking very, very focused, not talking at all. And Hikaru talking quite a bit.
Yeah, he's talking quite a bit. For him, surely it must be a frustrating game. He understands the position objectively is lost. Of course, he's fighting. He will fight until there is nothing left to fight for. But it's very frustrating, these instances where your opponent just has some monster prep and Hikaru never really even got into the game.
Right, and queen e2 on the board by Fabiano, king d7 by Hikaru. But once again, it's not over just yet. Pawn takes b5 by Fabiano. Once again, I think taking this pawn just looks so risky. Now, you cannot take here because white takes here and it's just crushing. So what does he do here? Like maybe he's played the move queen b8. I kind of like that move. He's bringing the queen over to the king side, but I don't know. Does white have knight c5 maybe, and queen e6? Now that and it's on the board. Knight c5 is on the board.
What a move by Fabi. I mean, Fabi is just a monster. He's been spotting everything. Knight takes c5, freeing up for the e6 square for the queen to come in. And it looks like that move is just crushing. Hikaru down to only 40 seconds.
Yeah, he goes king d8, but now Fabiano, he could capture the pawn on a6 or go knight e6, go to the same position they had before, but now without the pawn on c5, which is really an important shelter for the black king. And yeah, when it comes to calculation, Fabiano is just a machine. So he calculated that line very quickly. Let's see how he will try to crash through here. Maybe a move like knight d4 so the queen could come in to e6. Looks, and that's what he has just played.
Knight d4, once again, the queen, as you say, looking to come in. How does black cannot even cover? Queen g8 was maybe the only way. And now what happens? If the queen comes in, here it is, queen e6, king c7, and maybe we just clear the c file and bring the rooks.
Yeah, I really like that idea. So just king b1, which has just been played on the board. King b6 by Hikaru. He's trying to run away, but after rook c1, white is not even down material anymore. Wait, actually, he's up a pawn, and he has a crushing attack. I mean, the rook is ready to swing into the c file somehow. Maybe this queen drops back at some point. Black's king is having no shelter whatsoever. His pieces are completely boxed in. This got to be a crushing win for Fabiano.
What a performance by Fabiano. Hikaru takes on b5. And now he's really spoiled for choice, but he's also not. He keeps banging out the moves. Knight c6 is on the board. And it feels like the position is on the verge of collapse. Queen c7. And now what? Does the knight jump again? Is there any discovery here?
Maybe knight e5 hitting the queen, and knight could come to d. Wait, actually, knight e5 looks crushing because if you go queen b7, also this pawn falls. So I don't see what Hikaru could do there to try to hang on in the game. Fabiano feels like he must feel like there's got to be something here that should just win on the spot.
Yeah, I'm sure he's looking at these knight moves. Knight e5 looks very tempting. Hikaru down to 15 seconds, and it feels like this might be the final thing. Just how do I end this game? Calculated pretty much to the end, and then go for it.
95 was played by Fabiano, and 96 blitzed out by Hikaru. He's trying to pull the last resource out of the position. I feel like even if white takes everything and goes into this rook endgame, he should be winning, but maybe there's something even more winning for Fabiano. Let's see what he will come up with. But he must feel that he's on the verge of winning this game and move on to the finals.
Absolutely. And it really feels, I'm with you, the endgame, the rook ending looks promising, but this position feels like there must be something crushing. I would be absolutely shocked if Fabi doesn't have anything better, but it looks like we will go down the rook end game, which Fabiano will have just estimated is to be quite an easy win. Do we simply take on f6 and then use those 2 pawns?
Yeah, this just looks winning for white. You can go like rook f8, threaten e7. Black would be forced to give a check and go rook e1, but then you start pushing the other pawn. And with 2 connected passers, this has got to be an easy win for Fabiano. You can just go king d3, don't care about this pawn, because these 2 pawns are going to decide the game. So this is about to be over, I think.
Yeah, and now do you play rook f8, or can you even start with e7? So rook b3 check, and the king is just stepping back, keeping an eye on the square on e3. Now rook b4 made a lot of sense to try and give a check, and that king is just going to run around, hide on f6, and the e-pawn will push.
Indeed, yeah, king f6 looks like the most straightforward way. e7 is coming soon. This b-pawn is not going anywhere, and Hikaru has resigned. So Fabiano wins again, a crushing game, and he moves on to the finals.
Wow, what a game by Fabiano Carrana. We saw him, we see what it means to him. Look at him on camera. It's not so often that Fabiano shows emotion. For Hikaru, we can see the frustration. But what a game we just saw. And really this one, I think 95% of it was down to just astonishing preparation by Fabiano.
Yeah, great preparation by Fabiano, and sometimes that's all you need. And indeed, we saw the disappointment in Hikaru's face. He gets knocked out in the semifinals, and yeah, so that already determines the first finalist of today.
Fabiano Carrana is indeed true to the finals. He will be looking to defend his victory from last week. He's already leading the standings, but today, I mean, what an impressive display by him. And now, well, we see the bracket here. In a moment, we will determine his opponent will be determined. Will it be Wesley So? Will it be Jeffery Zhong? We'll be back with the second semifinal in just a couple of minutes. Fabiano Carrana is true, will determine his winner, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back with this Rapid Chess Championship brought to you by Coinbase. The Rapid Chess Championship is brought to you by Coinbase. Whether you're looking to make your first crypto purchase or you're an experienced trader, Coinbase has you covered. Earn crypto by learning about crypto with Coinbase Earn, explore DeFi and Web3 with Coinbase Wallet, get exclusive rewards when you spend with Coinbase Card, and much more. You can learn more at coinbase.com/chess and get $10 in Bitcoin when you sign up and verify your account. So much to do on Coinbase. They are bringing you this incredible event, the Rapid Chess Championship. And Benjamin, we're about to see the second semi-final between Wesley So and Jeffery Zhong. And actually they have liftoff already. So let's go there.
Yeah, they've started off already. We see a Nimzo with the move knight f3 by Jeffery. So Jeffery placed a little bit higher in the Swiss portion, so he gets to play white in this rapid game. And I wonder if, I mean, he must have prepared this, but the move castles already took him out of book apparently. So white has a lot of options here. Queen c2 is a move, bishop g5. So I'm very curious to see what Jeffery will come up with, but I'm a bit surprised that he's already out of book here.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that. What could be the surprise behind a move like castles, which looks like at least one of the most natural moves in the position?
Well, black has a lot of options. He could also play the move b6, c5, or d5. So those are probably the moves Jeffery spent most time on. But castle is also one of the main lines, and he plays the move bishop d2. Now let's see what Wesley will come up with. Once again, there's a lot of options for black. There's d5, c5, b6, which really shows the flexibility of the Nimzo.
And well, we saw Jeffery Zhong in his quarterfinal. He played the London system and had a very convincing victory, pretty one-sided. Here, it's very early doors, but what kind of game do you expect to follow from the opening?
I guess this is going to be a strategic battle. Very often black goes b6, bishop b7. Sometimes he has to give up the bishop pair on c3, but he fights for control over the e4 square. Then this knight comes out, sometimes like he goes c5 and knight to c6, or d6 and knight to d7. But we see c5 by Wesley and a3 blitzed out by Jeffery. Now, I think here black generally trades and goes knight to e4 to try to get the bishop pair back as soon as possible.
And does white, I guess white cannot hold on to the bishop pair, right?
No, white is forced to give the bishop back, so white generally plays a move like rook to c1 or queen to d3, gives the bishop back, but he hopes to fight for a slight advantage due to his slight lead in development. And we see the move b6 by Wesley.
And we see that Jeffery Zhong, after taking some time after castles, very likely he was not out of prep, but just deciding which line to go for, because suddenly he started blitzing out a fair few moves again. And now, well, after b6, as you said, what do we do? Do we just complete our development? The bishop from f1, where does it go? Does it fianchetto to g2, or do we play e3 and bishop e2? Well,
I think both.
That's my question answered.
But Jeffery answers your question. He goes pawn to e3, bishop b7 by Wesley. He knows that he doesn't have to trade on c3 right away. But if white were to play a move like b3, now you do trade. Otherwise, white would save the bishop with bishop to b2. So I guess white is just going to continue development with bishop e2 or bishop d3. And I think Wesley's position should be fine. I mean, he's going to go d6, knight to d7. He doesn't have any weaknesses whatsoever. It all looks very, very solid for him.
And actually, I'm not sure if the game will continue, because I'm just seeing maybe the colors were wrong. So the game is still going on for now. So let's wait and see. It also seemed to me that Wesley, so I think Wesley as the higher placed player. Well, let's see what happens if we see a move, but I think the game might have to start over.
Oh, because Wesley came in second yesterday in the Swiss, and Jeffery came in sixth or something. So there might be a mismatch here. Yeah, you're right. Wesley should have been playing with the white pieces. So We'll see what's going to happen. Yeah, so Wesley came in second in the Swiss portion. Jeffery came in third. So actually, Wesley should have been given the white pieces. So I don't know what is going to happen here. We'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah, also the fact that that Wesley hasn't moved yet. Maybe there's just some communication going on with the players. So we'll wait and see indeed. But it could very well be that the game gets restarted. We see so yeah, we see that Wesley, as the higher rated player, should have white. So very likely we will just start again.
Yeah, we'll just have to wait and see. But let's talk about the stats of the players. Wesley So, he is a very strong rapid player. He is ranked, I think.
Oh, they have, sorry to interrupt you, Benjamin. They have started again. So the game has restarted with Wesley playing with the white pieces.
Yeah, so Wesley went for a completely different approach. He goes for the Italian game. So here we might see a lot of maneuvering. Wesley going pawn h6. Being sure bishop g5 is never an issue. So how Wesley goes b4, expanding on the queen side.
And well, it's a different position, very different. I mean, it's e4 earlier at d4, but this one also probably more of a strategic battle. It's not like the previous Italian we just saw with an all-out attack. This is more about maneuvering the pieces.
Indeed, and Jeffery is still playing very, very fast. He's just under 10 minutes. So I guess, although maybe now he's out of his preparation, but the moves before, he was definitely still in his prep. So let's see how he will continue here. I guess knight at g6 makes sense. White will probably continue with a move like knight at c4, maybe a4 at some point. c6 also makes sense. If white goes knight at c4, now you go bishop c7.
And now after a4, it's always a question as black, do you react, do you play, do you touch the a pawn? And if so, do you go a6, do you go a5? Do you not go any of these two moves? And that's what Jeffery does. He just drops the bishop back to c7.
Yeah, and we see Wesley, he continues expanding here on the queen side. He could also go d4 on the next move, try to build a big center. And I kind of like his position. Like Jeffery's position seems slightly cramped. I don't really see what he could do. I mean, he has the knights on g6 and f6. That all looks very solid. But Wesley has more space. The queen could come out of c2, making sure it is always protected, maybe h3, getting rid of any bishop g4 moves. So I kind of like Wesley's position here.
Me too. Let me ask you, I'm a bit of a hacker, so I'm always looking for active play. Is there any way that Jeffery can somehow get the king out of g8, out of the diagonal of the bishop, then move the knight from f6 and try and get f5 in? Could that ever be a plan, or are we weakening the light squares too much?
Maybe, but yeah, I feel like it would weaken the position a little bit too much. Also, it takes a lot of moves. So I guess
true.
It might be another option to just play in the center with moves like rook to e8. And he trades on d4. What do you make of that decision? I'm
quite surprised, I have to say, because okay, now he strikes with d5, but suddenly I don't know. I think suddenly this looks very dangerous for black, with the diagonal now being wide open. So we could imagine a scenario where the bishop drops back to c2. But I'm also surprised, and that's exactly what just happened, but I'm also surprised that the bar shot up so much. Like, yes, I like white's position, but I'm surprised that it would be so bad for Jeffery.
Indeed, it's showing quite a hefty advantage for black. It's really difficult. I like the move bishop c2 that Wesley just played here, because generally black wants to play for f6 in these types of positions, but in this position, they would hang the knight. Wesley's position seems pretty straight. It seems pretty easy to play. I mean, maybe knight f1, move the knight at g3, or go knight at b3, and he has this very strong grip over all these breaks that black has in knight f4 by Jeffery, but actually
another surprising move.
Jeffery has to be very careful. This knight on h5 could easily end up trapped somehow.
Yeah, I was expecting a knight on f4, but I was expecting the knight from the rim, the knight from h5. As you say, now with the two knights defending each other, it's always a very, very, what's the word, precarious constellation of your pieces. Can we move the knight from maybe knight f1? Does that make sense to open up the bishop from c1? He goes for knight b3.
Yeah. Knight b3, another logical move. And yeah, Jeffery has to be very, very careful here. Let's say he plays a move like bishop d7, which looks very logical. Things can easily go wrong because white can play someone like g3. And if the knight jumps back to e6, there might be moves like queen to d3. And all of a sudden, this checkmating threat is very difficult to stop, because if you go g6, you hang this pawn over here. So instead of all that, Jeffery plays the move f6 to try to open up his pieces.
f6, another move which you really don't want to make, but maybe he felt here it was the best bet. And I'm curious, how will Wesley continue from here?
Right, so he could play the move g3, because if this knight moves, then he gets queen d3 in the position. However, there might be some dynamic possibilities for Jeffery. Let's say maybe a check, then taking on e5, and all of a sudden black gets some play along the f file. So I don't know if that's what you want to do. He could also try to keep improving his position, although it's not that easy. Black is going to go bishop g4, I guess, on the next move, and black will have some play.
Yeah, so I think the position, it is very good for Wesley, but it's also the kind of position where time matters. You have to act quite decisively and quite quickly, because if you give black time, he can strike back. Black also had the knights on f4 and h5. They might be precarious, but they are dangerously close to the white king. As you said, the two bishops are looking down. Black is threatening to open the f-file. So white has to be quite accurate to maintain his advantage.
Indeed. So let's see what Wesley is going to do. Jeffery now is up a minute on the clock. Wesley goes knight at c5. Maybe this gives Jeffery the time to take on e5, and if Wesley captures, now to move bishop g4 that we talked about earlier. And all of a sudden, things are looking pretty unclear here because of this pin on the f3 knight. Also, knight g2 comes into the position. So, and that is exactly
and he has
what...
taken. Yeah.
Yeah. And Wesley recaptures with the knight.
And is there just, Benjamin, whenever I see the bar dropping to all zeros, it makes you wonder, could there be a perpetual? Because suddenly the white king is quite deserted. There's only the knight, which is kind of protecting. So you have to wonder, can black bringing the queen, could even some sacrifices work? What do you think?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't like this move by Wesley because it indeed allows a move like queen to g5, threatening the pawn on g2. And white's only move here would be the move queen f3. If you go g3, knight h3, you just lose the game because everything collapses on the f2 point. So I guess queen f3 might still hold the position together. And here, it's not that easy because this knight in f4 is pinned. If you move it, you always hang your own queen. So let's see what Jeffery is going to do. Maybe there's also moves like knight xg2 or just queen h4, bringing another piece into the game.
I mean, this has really, what a game this has been. It looked like Wesley was in control, but as we were saying, black also had some counter chances, and suddenly this game is wide open once again. Jeffery is taking his time here. There's a lot to consider. Knight g2, queen g5, queen h4, all of them are kind of tempting options, and you don't want to burn too much time on that decision, but you also don't want to rush it. It's a very thin line to walk.
Indeed, he probably feels like there's got to be something here with all of his pieces looking down on the white king. So that's why he's spending some time here. Maybe he feels like there's got to be some sort of knockout blow, which we don't see right away because white still has his own defensive resources. And yeah, so it will be very interesting to see what Jeffery will come up with. I guess a move with the queen like queen g5 or queen h4 looks most logical to me.
I agree. It makes sense, of course, to bring, and as we say that the queen lands on h4, to bring the most powerful piece closer to the enemy king. And maybe suddenly Wesley has to be very, very careful here. Is there already a very concrete threat in the position for black?
Yeah, no, I would be quite worried if I was Wesley here, because I think there is. If you go rook to a3, which is sometimes a nice move to bring the rook in to defend along the third rank, then all of a sudden black has to move knight xg2. And if you take rook to xf2 and queen h2 is going to be checkmate. So that is Jeffery's threat. So let's see how Wesley will try to address it.
I mean, knight g2 so is a threat, and g2 is a pawn that cannot easily be defended. So it's not immediately clear to me at first sight. What do you do to stop knight g2? And Wesley is suddenly looking a lot more concerned here. Benjamin, what do you think? How do we stop the knight g2 threat?
I don't know, yeah, because if you go pawn at g3, there's always knight h3 with a check on the king. And once again, you're going to lose the pawn on f2, and black is just crashing through. So I don't know, maybe a move like f3 to make sure that after knight takes g2, he can take with the king, and there's no rook takes f2. But I don't see it here for Wesley. It's looking very, very tough here for him in this position.
And he has just played bishop e3, and look at the bar dropping all the way. Well, we need to still figure out why, but that was a spectacular drop. And well, knight g2 is the move that we were looking at. Does it just work here?
It's a very good question. Knight g2 is definitely on Jeffrey's radar. Wesley is going to recapture, but then how do you continue, right? If you go bishop h3, we just go with the king to the corner, and there's no checkmate right yet. It feels like there's got to be something here for Jeffrey, but it's probably not that easy to spot given the fact that Wesley missed something himself. But given the fact that the evil bar is all the way down, it's giving a -7.5 advantage for Jeffrey. There's got to be some sort of way here to crash through.
Yeah, and knight g2 must be the obvious place where to start looking. Jeffery Zhong, he's such a gifted tactician, so sharp. I think if there is something here, he must be a favorite to find it. He has still got time on the clock as well, which 4.5 minutes. It's not plenty, but it should be enough to find something if there is something there.
Indeed. Yeah, Jeffrey, very strong attacking player. So let's see whether he will find it. So knight g2 could be moved. White is going to recapture. And then how do we continue there as black? Like, we got to bring more pieces toward white king. So maybe what we do is, and he has played knight takes g2.
Knight g2 is on the board. Incredible stuff by Jeffery Zhong, who has just captured. He looks very calm, but for Wesley now, that king is in some serious, serious danger. He probably has no choice but to recapture. Do you see any alternatives? No, he has recaptured. And now we will see what is Jeffrey's follow-up.
Oh, bishop takes e5. Aha. So his idea is to get rid of the knight on e5 and maybe now bishop g4, hitting the queen. And if the queen moves, bishop f3, and white is just getting checkmated. Because wherever you go with the king, if you go to f1, queen h3, if you go to g1, then queen g4, and it's just game over. Like, I don't
Incredible
see, like,
stuff. Bishop g4.
So I'm sure Jeffrey must be looking at it.
We see Jeffrey sort of contemplating. I think in this, very often it's just a case of sit on your hands for a short while. I think very often you just want to instantly play that move, bringing another piece. So you just want to sit on your hands and make sure that there is nothing, but bishop g4 has been played and the position is absolutely crushing.
Yeah, I don't see it here for Wesley, because if you go f3, there might be queen h3, or maybe just take on f3 right away. And black's got to be winning one way or another. f3 on the board. I don't know. I feel like taking everything on f3 and taking on h2 in the end looks crushing. But isn't queen h3 also just winning? Because the white king has to step back. We take here. And he has taken on f3. I guess now just take on h2. You hit the bishop. And also rook f8 is coming in. And this white king is wide open.
It's not going to survive. Yeah.
It's not going to survive.
No, I think Jeffrey was just spoiled for winning continuations here. He has gone for one, which looks crushing. I mean, I just don't see how that king on f3 is ever going to survive. There is no route to save yourself. The pawn on d5 controls e4. The queen on h2 controls e2. So that king is just caught on the king side, and with the final rook joining in, it will probably be checkmated very, very soon.
Yeah, there seems to be no moves here for Wesley. Once again, this bishop is under attack, and if you move it anywhere, black's just going to go rook f8, and this king is going to be checkmated. So let's see what he will do here. Is he just going to resign, or is he going to find one last trick in the position, I mean, it looks lost, but you never know.
I mean, it's really hard to even find a move. I think if you save the bishop, don't you just get mated probably after rook f8? If you don't save the bishop, well, you still can't stop really. You can't really stop. What about a move like knight d7 or knight e6? Yes, they stop rook f8, but they hang the bishop on c2. This just seems to be gone.
Yeah, and also when black takes on c2, the attack does not go anywhere. White's king is still wide open, and black should be winning one way or another. So Wesley is taking his time here, but he must realize that this one is gone. So yeah, this will probably be a crushing victory for Wesley, for Jeffery.
And Wesley has resigned. Wow, what a performance by Jeffery Zhong, who is true to the finals of this week 3 Rapid Chess Championship brought to you by Coinbase against Fabiano Carrana. That's going to be a very, very exciting matchup. But Benjamin, just a couple of words about that game. I see Economic Atheist in the chat is saying incredible how quickly this game turned. And yeah, we loved Wesley's position, but then things turned so quickly.
Yeah, incredible for sure. It looked like Wesley had a great position, but all of a sudden the wheels came off and Jeffery had a crushing attack. He found this amazing knight sacrifice. So knight takes g2, bishop takes e5, and bishop g4. And there was just nothing that Wesley could do. So a crushing win for Jeffery, who moves on to the final against Fabiano Caruana.
An absolutely stunning performance. So now we're only one match away, one game away maybe, from finding out who will win this week 3. We're going to go on a very short break, but don't go anywhere. We'll be back with the final of this Rapid Chess Championship brought to you by Coinbase. The Bullet Chess Championship is back with exciting new twists. Now a double elimination tournament. The event features 16 players like Hikaru Nakamura, Daniel Naroditsky, Fabiano Carrana, and many other race for the crown and their share of the $100,000 prize fund. Catch the main event of the Bullet Chess Championship starting March 3rd right here on chess.com. And well, before that, we have still one game to go in today's Rapid Chess Championship brought to you by Coinbase. It is the final, Benjamin. Fabiano Carrana against Jeffery Zhong.
Yeah, so to me, Fabiano is a clear favorite. He just won a crushing game against Hikaru Nakamura. But Jeffery, as we saw, cannot be underestimated. I think that Fabiano will have the white pieces. He won the Swiss portion yesterday. So let's see what he has prepared for Jeffery in this game.
Yeah, I mean, we just saw him use some incredible preparation to take down Hikaru Nakamura in the semis. He will be white again. I'm sure Fabiano still has a thing or two up his sleeve. Of course, you never know when are you going to be able to use it. I guess he will open again with e4. And then what do you think Jeffery is going to respond? What kind of approach?
I guess he's going to stick to the same opening that he played against Wesley. Probably is just going to play e5, but he will have to play a bit differently than against Wesley because Wesley had quite a big advantage out of the opening. So it will be very interesting to see. I guess Fabiano is going to stick with 1e4. It's really his bread and butter. So especially in rapid chess, you want to play what you're more comfortable with.
Also very interesting is, could he just repeat the line he played against Hikaru? Because Jeffery will not have had much time. Do you think Jeffery took some time during a break to very quickly have a look at where he could improve on the Hikaru game?
Yeah, I guess Fabiano is not going to go for the same line again because sometimes all it takes is just a 2-minute check with a computer. So then it would be a pity for Fabiano if he would waste his white game going for the same line. So I guess he's going to go for something else. Maybe something in the Ruy Lopez, maybe another line in the Italian. It will be, I'm very interested to see what he has prepared here.
Yeah, me too. I mean, once again, I've said it before, but I was very surprised to the approach that Fabiano took. Of course, preparation based, but an all-out attack against Hikaru. So we'll see, will he go for the same strategy? Will he play something quieter, more positional? I'm very, very curious. But as you're saying, Fabiano has got to be the favorite. He won last week in last week's event. And here he is one win away. And I'm sure he'll be very eager to defend the title and take one more step. Fabiano might already be close 3 weeks in to be one of the early candidates for the finals, which will see the top 12 players of the season qualify.
Indeed. Yeah, what he had against Hikaru was really sort of a dream scenario in a rapid game because there's just so little time for Hikaru to try to figure out the complications. And then Fabian has such a big advantage since he's in his preparation. But as we speak, he's off with the move 1c4.
So that's a surprise from the get-go. I thought he was going to stick to 1e4, but no, we have an English. So far, everything symmetrical. What approach do you think Jeffery will take now?
Yeah, so Jeffery has different options here. You can play d5, which is more of a Grunfeld approach. He goes for the move b6, but I always thought that this was a bit dubious. Why can play e4 here, grabbing a lot of space in the center, or he could go d4, grabbing space in the center with that move as well, or something like g3, and we see Fabiano going d4.
Yeah, the players are moving fast. f3 has been played. Maybe you can explain that move to some of our viewers. f3 might look a bit unnatural in this kind of position.
Right, so with the move f3, Fabiano prepared to move e4, which is what he played the move after, and Jeffery castled. So what Jeffery is going to do is he's going to take up what's called the hedgehog position. So where you put all your pieces on these last 3 ranks, he's going to also play the move a6. And the thing that's difficult about the hedgehog is that black is controlling all of these squares. So how does white make progress? So white has some ideas here. You can put the rooks on d1 and c1, which is what Fabiano is going for. And very often moves like b4, knight b3, and c5 are quite effective against the setup from black.
I'm very surprised how quickly both players are still playing. Both have barely used any time. Do you think the engine evaluates this position quite accurately or not so much? Because it already says +1. Is this one of the positions where the engine maybe doesn't completely understand because black has less space, or what would you say?
Yeah, so as we see, indeed, the engine is giving quite a hefty advantage for white. I think, okay, it's a bit too early to say that that Fabiano has a decisive advantage. However, it's very difficult for black to come up with a plan here. What white is very often going to do is once again try to strike with c5. We see the move h5 by Jeffery, but I do think that white is quite a bit better here, even though it's not easy to break through.
h5, once again, not a move I was expecting. What's the idea? To just try and run the pawn all the way down to h3 and get to the base of the pawns?
Yeah, very often black wants to go h4 and then sometimes h3 and try to soften up white's pawn structure. If white goes g3, then sometimes d5 gains in strength because this diagonal is weakened. But of course, it remains to be seen. h5 could also be a weakening move. So I'm interested to see how Jeffery will proceed from here.
Yeah, so Fabiano a3, just defending his pawn and saying to Jeffery, so what next? Is there something wrong with just continuing to, is there something wrong with h4?
I don't know if there's anything wrong with the move h4 in particular. I guess it's a logical follow-up from his last move. And just to remind you guys what the players are competing for, the first prize in this tournament is $7,500, and the second prize is $3,500. If you get knocked out in the semis, you get $2,500, and the quarterfinalists get $1,000. So the players are competing here for $4,000.
Yeah, it's a big difference between first and second place, and it all comes down to this one game. Maybe we'll see a blitz game if this ends in a draw, but actually, Benjamin, we've only seen one single draw today, no? Only one single blitz game.
I think so. Yeah, the only match that went to a blitz tiebreaker was the match between Wesley So and Alexa Sarana. All the other games have been decided in the rapid. Anyway, so as we speak, Queen E1 was played by Fabiano, hitting the pawn on h4, and Jeffery played the move knight e5, hitting the pawn on c4.
Oh my goodness, and knight a4 banged out by Fabiano, defending the pawn on c4. And also indirectly, I guess, putting some pressure on b6. We see there's a white bishop on e3 looking down at that pawn. So that is a weak point, surely, in black's position.
Yeah, that's definitely something Jeffery has to worry about. Sometimes white can sacrifice his knight on e6. Like, let's say black goes knight g6, there might be knight e6, and if black recaptures, knight takes b6. So white sacrifices a knight for 2 pawns, but he will get back the exchange. And I feel like white should have the advantage here, because black also still has a lot of weaknesses in his position. So Jeffery has quite some problems to solve here. I mean, I don't really see how he can defend all of his weaknesses.
Yeah, already. I mean, once again, Fabiano so often makes it look so easy. I wouldn't be surprised if it's not completely maybe his prep, but that he is very familiar with this sort of position. He played knight a4 so quickly. We see the bar is telling us plus 1.2, which is by no means a winning advantage, but practically speaking, the position is so hard to play for black. And Jeffery has just dropped the knight back to g6. And I have to ask you, Benjamin, you were talking about knight takes e6. Could that be an option here?
Yeah, for sure. I think he could definitely sacrifice a knight here to get this fork on b6. I feel like the material imbalance should favor white there. He could also decide to take a more of a slower approach with a move like knight to b3, hitting this pawn on b6. However, black is just in time to defend it. He could play knight to d7, and if white goes queen f2, bishop d8, and black is barely hanging on, and that's what he's going for.
Yeah, knight b3 met immediately by knight d7, and queen f2, increasing once again the pressure on b6, and it looks like bishop d8 is the only move to hang on to that pawn.
I think so too. And maybe then Fabiano is looking at a move like c5. Now that all of the black pieces have been pushed back to try to crash through. It's tough to evaluate how exactly that will play out, but it looks very promising for white, to say the least.
For sure. Fabiano is also up 2 minutes on the clock, still has plenty of time. He is looking focused, but also quite confident, I would say. I think Fabiano is just so good, of course, across the board, but especially in these positions where he has a little something. He's so accurate. He calculates well. He rarely blunders. So you have got to see him as an even bigger favorite now than he was going into this game.
For sure, this game really shows how well he knows all the plans and ideas in these types of positions. I think Jeffery has to play the move bishop d8. I think if you don't play bishop d8, I think you're just losing the b6 pawn, and with that the game. So I wonder what he is thinking about.
Yeah, if not bishop d8, then what? I guess b5 cannot be it, because there's still a bishop on e2 looking down there, and yeah, of course the queen on c7, which is an even bigger problem. I mean, I'm just struggling actually to see another move.
Yeah, I don't see, to be honest. I think he has to play bishop d8. I'm sure that he's calculating the consequences after c5, and bishop d8 has been played. So now let's see. Fabiano could play the move c5, or he could also just keep maneuvering around. What also comes to mind is maybe rook to d2 and rook d1, because then this pawn on d6 would become very difficult to protect.
Yeah, so c5, of course, a very committal decision. And well, he has gone for it. I didn't think he was going to go for it so quickly. Do you think, Benjamin, that there's any chance that Fabiano has seen all of this before or similar?
I don't think he's seen all of it, but once again, I guess he's just familiar with all the ideas. Jeffery goes queen to c6, hitting the knight on a4. And I don't know, like if you move the knight, then black is better equipped to deal with the trade on c5. So then what should white do here? He could also go knight to b6, because after the trade, he gets a strong pawn on b6. I guess that's maybe what he should go for.
Yeah, already a lot of tempting options in this position. So do you want to have a quick look at if knight b6? I guess Jeffery will have to take.
I guess he will have to take with the knight indeed. And knight b6 has been played by Fabiano. So let's see, Jeffery takes right away. Let's see what Fabiano will do here. He could take, but maybe he could also throw in the move knight a5, hitting the queen and the bishop.
And he is just lethal today. He's been, well, let's not call this game over just yet, but I'm so impressed by Fabiano. He's playing good moves. He's playing them fast. He's playing confidently. Knight a5, attacking the queen. Where does the queen go?
I guess the queen has to go to a4, which is what Jeffery just played. Knight takes b7 by Fabiano. He's still hitting the knight and the bishop over here. So I guess black is forced to take on c5, which is what Jeffery just played. And now it's interesting to see. Jeffery could take the other bishop and get the two bishops versus the two knights advantage. However, black's pieces have activated a little bit. So even though Fabiano should have quite a pleasant advantage here, things are not that easy.
No, for sure. And I think it's not a crushing advantage, but it's just a position that's so much easier to play for it. We see Fabiano didn't capture the bishop. He captured the pawn on c5 instead, once again hitting the queen. The queen doesn't have so many squares it can go to.
Yeah, I was wondering, can black take this pawn on a3, or is the queen gonna get trapped one way or another? I mean, otherwise, maybe you just have to go back, but it looks a bit passive.
Let's have a quick look. So if black takes,
maybe rook a1, I guess you have to go maybe here or here. I thought like if you go to c3, maybe there's bishop d4, and if the queen steps here, there's rook b1. So it feels like the queen should be getting trapped, but I don't know. It feels very risky to take the pawn, and Jeffery has taken.
He has taken. I mean, I think good on him. I think if you don't see that the queen gets trapped, because even what we saw looked scary, but we didn't quite manage to trap the queen, especially if you feel that the position after queen e8 is anyway quite bad. I think from a practical point of view, it probably makes sense to take the pawn.
Indeed. So let's see. So rook a1 on the board by Fabiano. Now, where is Jeffery going to go with the queen? I guess he has to go. He has only three squares, the b4, c3, or b2. All the other squares are covered by white's pieces. Jeffery, by the way, also down to 3 minutes, while Fabiano still has over 6. So that's also tough for Jeffery to deal with.
Yeah, I think this is a position where you really need quite a bit of time. That queen is almost like it's so dangerous to play with the queen trapped behind enemy lines. And I don't mean trapped because it isn't trapped yet, but it's struggling to get back to the other side of the board. Queen b2. You had talked earlier about bishop to d4. Are there other options?
Bishop d4 is an option. What white could maybe also consider is a move like knight to d3, hitting the queen and all of a sudden opening up the attack on this knight on b6. And where's the queen gonna go? If you go to b3 or b5, there might be rook b1. Once again, adding another attacker towards this knight. And white might just be winning a piece here. Like, how does black exactly defend?
Wow, knight d3 is actually a very nice, it's a very unusual discovery attack. And well, we often say in chess that knight backward moves are some of the hardest to spot. But Fabiano, he has played knight d3, and yeah, how do you save the piece?
I don't see it. I mean, you could maybe go queen to c2, so in case white takes, you recapture, and then the bishop is hanging on e2 in the end. But if black goes queen c2, we just slide this rook over to c1, force the queen to the b file, and then once again we hit the queen, and on the next move we collect this knight on b6. So he's gone a queen f6 instead. But wait, Fabiano's just winning a piece here, no?
Bishop takes b6, and that looks like that's just a piece. If Jeffery is going to have to go for a desperado attack with h3, but it is a piece. Black is attacking only with 2 pieces, the queen and the knight. The white queen can always drop back to f2 to help in the defense, or to e3. And that one is very close to being over. It is an extra piece. Fabiano just needs to keep things together around his king here.
Yeah, no, things look great for Fabiano. I guess just queen e3, the move he has just played, and black just doesn't have enough. White still has a lot of pieces around his king. The knight is not going anywhere. The pawn is taking away all of the squares. So I think Jeffery's just lost here. He's just down a piece. He doesn't have enough compensation. So I think Fabiano's just going to win this game, and with that, the rep championship of this week.
Again, defending the title he won last week, and he is on fire. I mean, today he has just been absolutely incredible. Every single game was a masterclass, and it looks like he's about to wrap it up. Let's not call it over just yet. a5, Jeffery will try and fight, pushing the pawn on the a file. As white, what do you feel is the most precise way to bring this game to a close?
That's a good point. Yeah, maybe he could go bishop f1, try to round up the pawn on h3, or try to get rid of this rook over here. But as you mentioned, it's not over just yet. This pawn is going to push down a board. He goes e5. That could also be a nice move to play for activity. Instead, he can maybe go f4, put the bishop on the long diagonal. Knight f2, another nice move. Maybe he wants to pick up the pawn with the knight, or maybe bring the knight to a more active square down the road.
Yeah, all of these moves look very tempting. Also, maybe bishop d3. I was thinking I would just want to take that knight, but bishop d3, maybe there's the rook c3. But yeah, there are so many winning. Basically, every move that doesn't blunder something should be winning. But at some point, you have to make progress. But I think Fabi will just show us the way. He goes for
Indeed.
f4.
f4 and knight e7 blitzed out by Jeffery. Now it actually looks like white might, or it looks very close to winning for Fabiano after bishop d3. The rook moves and queen e4, because you hit the rook and you threaten queen h7. However, queen h7 is not checkmate right away because black still has king f8, and after queen h8, knight at g7. But this should be very, very close to a win for Fabiano. So let's see what Jeffery will do. I guess he has to keep this rook on the second rank to try to keep some sort of, to keep the position a bit complicated.
Yeah, so rook b2, the move we are expecting. And then just, so what were you, sorry, you're saying, so queen e4?
Right, maybe queen e4, hitting the rook and threatening checkmate. But I guess maybe black still has someone like queen a7 to defend. You also hit this knight over here, and he might still be hanging on here. But Jeffery also down to a minute. That's also not making things easier.
No, for sure. I mean, the position, both players know the position is lost for Jeffery, but Jeffery trying to find a way to ask most questions. White has to be a little bit careful, of course. That pawn on h3 always creates, always means there's threats of getting mated on g2. So Fabi has to watch out, but he has 3.5 minutes on the clock. Jeffery just a minute. So Fabi, all he needs to do is not get mated on g2, not allow all the black pieces in. But he has got such good control. That bishop is a beast along the light squares. And I'm curious to see what his next move will be, how he proceeds from here.
I'm very curious to see that as well. So let's see what he will do. So as we said, queen e4 is an option. Maybe a move like rook a1 also makes sense, hitting the queen. You could also still take this pawn. Everything should be winning here for Fabiano. He just has to choose one variation that he feels comfortable with and stick with it. I guess that's sort of what he should do in this position.
Rook c1. I mean, if it were me, I would probably have taken your last advice, just snapped off. Oh, queen a7. I'm very surprised that Jeffery offers a queen trade, because it feels with the queens off the board, it's going to be even harder to create chances. But then again, maybe there was just no better square. And now Fabiano just takes off that h pawn, and black's only remaining trump is this 8 pawn, but it's not going to save Jeffery.
Indeed. Yeah, I was quite surprised as well, because the move queen b7 would have threatened checkmate on g2 if it were only just for one move. So a4, so, okay, the game is not over just yet. This pawn is going to push, I guess, to a3, maybe to a2, but I guess it will be rounded up sooner or later by Fabiano. Let's see what he will do. There's got to be some sort of way to neutralize the position here.
Rook b1 maybe looks tempting to force another exchange, because if you move the rook, rook b8 would just simply be checkmate. And I feel every exchange will bring Fabiano closer. I don't know if rook b1, if a3, but then maybe we can just swap the rooks anyway.
Yeah, I guess so too. So Fabiano goes for rook to c2, a3 played by Jeffery. I guess maybe you just trade, because this pawn on b2 should be lost sooner or later. However, this knight is also jumping in with knight at d5, maybe knight at c3. Fabiano getting down to 1.5 minutes, but he should still have this one under complete control.
Absolutely. I wonder, can he maybe just bring his own knight into the game? Will he trade on b2? Everything seems to be working for now. Can we create some back rank? Is rook c1 a move threatening? Okay, he does just exchange and stop the pawn with rook b1.
Right, so he trades on rook b1. The pawn is now under attack. So I guess black is forced to go rook b7. And maybe what Fabiano wants to do there is go knight at g5, and in case of knight d5, knight e4, stop knight c3, and I don't think there's anything for black there.
I like that suggestion a lot. Rook a1 was played, but now the problem is the knight will just come back, attack the pawn on b2. And I think Jeffery is just not in time to create any counterplay. The knight doesn't get there in time.
Indeed, knight f2, a very nice move by Fabiano. He wants to go knight at d1. It's hitting the pawn on b2, but also stopping black from going knight at c3. So I think right now it's just over. Jeffery down to his last 20 seconds. He must realize that this one is gone.
Yeah, knight f2 is on the board, 15 seconds, but we could see a resignation. Jeffery still considering, but if you can't get the pawn through, and he resigns. And wow, Fabiano Carrana wins a second consecutive Rapid Chess Championship title here this week with an absolutely dominant performance. Benjamin, this was really impressive.
Yeah, and he's played really great throughout. He won the Swiss portion with 7 out of 9. Really pretty great chess there. But also today, he played some great games against Hikaru Nakamura in the final as well, against Jeffery Zhong. So he's the fully deserving winner of week 3 of the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase.
Absolutely. We will have Fabiano with us for an interview very, very shortly. So we're just going to go on a short break, set that up. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with Fabiano in just a couple of minutes for this winner's interview of the Rapid Chess Championship brought to you by Coinbase. We'll see you very soon. Welcome back to the winner's interview of this week 3 of the Rapid Chess Championship brought to you by Coinbase. We are joined by Fabiano. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And Fabiano, I can only start in one place, that semi-final game against Hikaru. That was what looked like a very impressive piece of preparation. Talk us through that game.
Yeah, this was up until knight h4. It was fully in preparation. There's actually a funny story behind this game because about maybe 6 or 8 months ago, I was checking this line and I was looking at it from Black's point of view because it's known to be sort of dead, or it was known to be dead for like the last 10 years, actually, based on the game Nakamura Giri, mostly, where it was just considered a completely drawn line. And then I noticed that instead of castling short, which white used to do, white could castle long. And I thought this would be a great thing to play in, I think I was going to play the Grand Prix. But then like 2 days after I started checking it, Raf Mamedov played it. And then suddenly there was like 20 games in a row with this line. So everyone suddenly knew about it. And I thought, okay, well, I wouldn't get a chance to play it, but somehow it still caught Hikaru by surprise today. And he played it completely correctly until he played c5. This was a losing move. If he plays c6 instead, we get the same line, but he takes on d5, and then he has to run his king up to f4, and it's a draw. But yeah, in rapid, it's really difficult. You just don't want to get caught out like this.
Yeah,
and
for sure.
Sorry, Benjamin, go ahead.
Yeah, you've played in the Great Chess today. So would you say maybe your game against Dubov was the closest one, where actually he had the draw ahead, he taken the pawn on b6? What were your thoughts about that game?
Yeah, well, it started kind of a bit stupidly because I was super tired at the start of today because I'm dealing with like a 10-hour jet lag. And I just came home today. I was actually playing from an airport hotel after I missed my flight for the preliminary stage. And I played e3 against the Slav. I didn't want to do that. And then I was like, oh, wait, I wanted to play a4. Of course, e3 is a line, but black plays b5, and it's a very safe line for black. But he
blitzed on bishop f5.
He played bishop f5, and then e3 is the best move you can possibly make. So I got a huge advantage from the opening. Then, of course, I'm sure that I let a great deal of it slip. And then, yeah, I took this double g-pawn. And it's incredibly stupid to do this because I knew that like with 2 g-pawns, it's winning because black will sack one of the g-pawns after getting the king stalemate in the corner, and there's no stalemate because of the second g-pawn. And of course, white needs rather than the wrong rook pawn, the g-pawn is winning. But it's stalemate unless black has that extra g6 pawn, which goes to g5, and then white can move out of the stalemate. And I knew this. I even played a game against Aronian, I think in 2015, where this was a theme. And then I took the pawn anyway. I was like, why am I doing this? But then he gave me an incredible opportunity by not taking my b-pawn and making an immediate draw.
And from there on out, the remaining games, I mean, it looked like you were always in control. I don't know if you felt there was any moment, and especially with what you're telling us now on the back of such a long flight, a missed flight playing from a hotel. What was your prep going into the day? Was it just resting? I mean, you must have just come off a flight, right? How did you stay so calm and seemingly confident?
Well, I didn't really have any expectations. The first thing was I had to actually find a way to play because the hotel didn't really have very good internet, so I went to the lobby to play the games. Like in my room, there was just no internet, so I had to play in the lobby. But then that went very well, and I got a flight that evening, and I came back home, and now I'm playing from home, which is, of course, much more comfortable. So yeah, I think I'm also helped by the fact that these are not long, drawn-out matches. It's essentially one game if someone wins, and for some reason I keep getting white in every game, which I can't complain about. Although I have to say it's probably a slight defect in the format that you can basically get white in every match in the starting game, which is obviously a decent advantage to have that. I think that having white in rapid is a bit more of an advantage than having white in a blitz game. So yeah, it's incredibly unexpected for me, but I'm happy about it.
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, as you mentioned, you had the advantage of having the white game in every rapid game. Was it also a factor as to why you pushed for first place in the Swiss portion instead of making maybe quick draws and securing your spot in the knockout?
No, I was just trying to qualify. I mean, I made quick draws against Hikaru and against Wesley. I was just trying to make top 8. I wasn't thinking about anything else. It's just I had that very fortunate game against Sarana, where I was worse the whole game, and then it was just knight and two pawns against bishop and 2 pawns, where it's a draw, but I'm the one who has to be a bit more careful. I mean, that was just he just pressed a bit too hard. He let my king get in when he was low on time, and things fell apart for him.
Wait, he lost that game? Because Robert and I were covering that, and at some point we were like, okay, this is gonna be a draw. And we
I spoke to Robert about that. He didn't realize also at the time that I actually won that. Because he put his king on the queen side, and he let my king get to e4, and then it was knight and pawn against bishop and pawn. But of course, the bishop is far better at dealing with pawns, and he also got down to second, so he was basically getting flagged. So yeah, after that, it just like it wasn't that I was trying to win the tournament. For me, I just want to make top 8 and get to the matches. But when you get luck like that, then I mean, you can't really help but win the tournament.
Incredible stuff. Fabiano, one final question. Back-to-back victories. What does it mean to you?
I'm just very happy about it. I mean, I was mostly playing this for fun. You know, it's a small time commitment, and you can play from home, so it's a great opportunity for players to be able to play these tournaments. And like, I didn't put any pressure or expectations on myself. But all 3 weeks that I played went pretty well. Also, the first one I qualified, and I lost to Anish in the semifinals, but I was still quite happy that I made it that far. And since then, I think my play has been pretty good, and the result has been even better than my play, so I'm very happy.
Well, it was certainly a very dominating performance today. Fabiano, congratulations. Thank you so much for joining us, and I think get some well-deserved rest after your journey. Thank you so much, and congratulations.
Thank you.
So that was the winner of this week's Rapid Chess Championship. We are going to go on a very quick break, but don't go anywhere. We will be back with your rapid recap of the day. So we'll see you in a couple of minutes. Hello and welcome back to the final part of this Rapid Chess Championship brought to you by Coinbase. And Benjamin, well, we're almost at the end of the day, but not just yet, because this is your Rapid Recap brought to you by Coinbase.
Yeah, Fabiano Caruana is the deserving winner of week 3 of the Rapid Chess Championship here on chess.com. And he's played some great chess today, also yesterday, of course. But really the game that stood out was his game against Hikaru Nakamura in the semifinals. So in that game, Fabiano opened up with e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6. And in last week's encounter, Fabiano chose bishop e5. But how did he continue in today's game?
In today's game, he chose the Italian opening, playing the bishop to c4 instead. Very often these days, the Italian games or the gioco piano leads to very maneuvering and positional games, but not so today.
Indeed, yeah, because after Hikaru played the move bishop c5, c3, and knight f6. Now, as you talked, indeed, d3 is more of the slower approach, but Fabiano went for more direct action with the move d4, pawn takes d4, c takes bishop b4, and here a gambit with knight b to d2.
Indeed, knight to d2. Hikaru did accept the pawn, took the pawn on e4, but Fabiano was just blitzing out all the moves. He now went d5, hitting the knight on c6. Hikaru exchanged on d2. So we saw a bunch of trades. Then Hikaru dropped the knight back. And now on the next move, Fabiano made his intentions very clear.
Indeed, because Fabiano said in the interview that traditionally this has been known as a drawn line, but usually continues with the move d6, because if black gets in d6, black is generally doing fine. However, he unleashed the move h4, and after d6, h5, he makes his intentions clear. He wants to continue with an attack on the king side. So what happened after Hikaru responded with the move h6?
So h6, stopping the pawn from advancing any further. Now, Fabiano, well, he castled queenside, making those intentions even clearer. This is a game that will very likely be decided by an attack. Hikaru did play what was probably the best move, castling kingside, but the problem with these positions, you have to be so accurate. This is a rapid game. It was clear Fabiano had not spent any time until now. Once again, the next move, making the intentions clear, rook d to g1, preparing to launch the g-pawn up the board, and very difficult for black to prepare to face such opening preparation during the game.
Indeed, especially as you mentioned, in a rapid game with only limited time to think. Maybe here's already where Hikaru went wrong. The computer is suggesting the move bishop g4 to stop g4. Hikaru played b5, sacrificing a pawn. Fabiano didn't want any of that. He played bishop b3, and after bishop g4, here Fabiano went for another pawn sacrifice with the move knight to h4.
Indeed, offering the pawn on h5, but taking that, maybe we can have a very quick look. Taking that would have been very dangerous for Hikaru, as now g4 followed by g5 is coming, and knight f5 is what I meant, with the knight threatening to take on g7, and basically black's position just collapses here. It might not look like anything too bad at first sight, but there's just too many problems in this position. If black were to capture on f5 here, then the g file opens and the queen will eventually land on h6. Everything collapses here.
Indeed. So Hikaru didn't take that pawn. Instead of that, he played the move c5. And Fabiano was like, all right, you go ahead and take my pawn. That's what I want. So Hikaru took g4, bishop g6, and now knight f5. Fabiano is ready to strike with knight takes g7 or knight takes h6. So Hikaru played the move f6, trying to bring a bit more solidity in the position. But Fabiano played bishop c2. And what happened after Hikaru played the move king to f7?
Well, the move we had been talking about for a while appeared on the board. Knight takes g7, an absolutely crushing blow. If black were to recapture on g7, in comes the queen on h6, and once again the whole position just collapses here, because after king f7, bishop takes g6 check, knight takes, and the queen is just going to give a check on h6 and then capture the knight, and the king will not survive for much longer. So after knight takes g7, Hikaru did not recapture. Instead, he tried rook h8, but Fabiano's attack just continued relentlessly.
Indeed, he played knight e6, hitting the queen, queen to g8, and f4. Black was not getting checkmated right away, but this king is permanently weak, so Fabiano slowly built up the pressure. We saw it straight on c2, and after king e8, a4, trying to open up that side of the board as well. Hikaru played the move a6, queen e2, and king to d7. But after Fabiano took the pawn here, it felt like Black's position was about to collapse.
Absolutely. In this position, Hikaru played queen to b8, and that allowed another blow, which Fabiano also found. He now took the pawn on c5, knight takes c5, another incredible move. If Black captures here, once again, the queen comes into e6 with devastating effect. It is not made just yet, but after the king goes back, White can either play d6 or take on f6. Everything collapses. Black is up a piece, but that's only very temporary. The king is just in too much trouble. So Hikaru did not recapture on c5. Instead, he stepped out of the check back to d8. And now the knight just went back to e6. We came back to the same position, except Fabi just collected a pawn. And then he brought the knight back to d4, and once again setting up for the queen to come into e6.
Right, so Hikaru played rook d8, but in came the queen with queen takes e6 check, king c7. So now we see that the queen and the knight are in the attack. So what does Fabiano do? He brought in more pieces. So he played king to b1, ready to slide the rook over to c1. King b6 by Hikaru, rook takes c1. Hikaru captured on b6, but now Fabiano played knight c6, and here it felt like the end was very, very close.
Indeed, and Fabiano, I mean, really relentless, not giving Hikaru any chances whatsoever to come back. After queen c7, the knight discovered the rook on c1 by going to e5, so the knight is doing a lot of jumping here. And after knight c6, Hikaru's next move, there were probably a lot of different ways here to win the game, but Fabiano took a very pragmatic decision. He just liquidated into a winning rook ending here.
Indeed, he gave away his attacking advantage for an advantage in the endgame, because after Black takes his knight on c6, White captures the pawn on h6. So White is up a pawn here, but he's going to get two connected passers. So Hikaru brought in his rook, but after Fabiano captured the pawn, he then started pushing his own pawns. And it felt like there was no chance for Hikaru to save the game here.
Yeah, and we can just very quickly click through the remaining moves, because, of course, Fabiano's technique, there was nothing Hikaru could do. The king now just started running out and made its way all the way to f6 on the other side of the board. Hikaru captured the pawn on b2. Material is now suddenly even again, but it doesn't matter because the pawn on e6 was about to decide the game. Hikaru gave a few more checks with b3, and the king just sliding around and then making its way forward to f4, then to g5. And after the king landed on f6, Hikaru resigned here, as there was no stopping the pawn advancing to e7 and then queening on e8. So just an absolutely spectacular game by Fabiano Carrana to beat Hikaru Nakamura. And Benjamin, well, that was your rapid recap brought to you by Coinbase. And what a game, Benjamin, that was.
For sure, yeah. Fabiano scored a crushing victory over Hikaru Nakamura, which put him into the final, in which he won another very convincing game against Jeffery Zhong with the white pieces to win the Rapid Chess Championship for a second week in a row.
Absolutely dominant performance. In the interview, he mentioned that he had been flying in a long flight yesterday, missed his connection, had to play from the lobby, which makes it all the more impressive of a performance. And well, we can now have a quick look at the updated standings after week 3 here at the Rapid Chess Championship.
Yeah, Fabiano has been crushing it so far. So as we said, he won this week, he won last week, and in the very first week, he made it to the semifinal. So he's leading the standings with 25 points 13 points more than number 2, Hikaru Nakamura. In third place, we have Jana Pomniachtchi. Also the likes of Wesley So and David Paravian, Dubov, Anish Giri. All of those guys have very good chances of making it to the finals, where only the first 12 qualify.
Yeah, but what a long event it is. 26 weeks, so much more action to look forward to. But Fabiano off to a roaring start here, winning week 2, week 3 in concession. And well, before we sign off, if you too want to try and become as good as Fabiano, we have good news for you, because the new feature, the chess.com Classroom, is now live, and Classrooms offers the very best virtual chess experience. You can connect with anyone at any time. You can watch video, have video and video conferencing calls. And just check it out at chess.com/classroom, the best way to teach or to learn. So you can either teach chess, be a student, so much to check out there. So as I said, chess.com/classroom, check out the brand new feature. And Benjamin, that brings us already to the end of today. The day has just absolutely flown by, and we saw some really, really spectacular games.
Yeah, no, it's been a blast today. We saw some great chess. Of course, it was also a lot of fun covering this event with you. And once again, such a dominant performance by Fabiano Caruana. I mean, what can we say?
I mean, we can only say congratulations, Fabi. I'm looking forward to seeing where he can go from here next week. I mean, at some point, how can he go even higher? I'm sure he will be back to defend, to try and make it 3. A little hat trick might be on the cards. But absolutely, Benjamin, it's also been so much fun hosting this event alongside you. Thank you for being such a great co-host. Also a big shout out, of course, to our producer, Matt, behind the scenes, and the rest of the team. And to the chat. In these fast formats, it's hard to read out so much, but I always keep an eye on you guys. Thank you for your positive messages and being with us all day long. And Benjamin, I'll leave the closing words to you.
Yeah, I think you put it, I couldn't put it any better. And yeah, I think we just all look forward to seeing you all in the next events that are coming up, because there are a lot of events coming up on chess.com. So make sure to follow the channel if you haven't already. Like you said, a big shout out to all of the viewers here on Twitch and on YouTube. Also shout out to our moderators who work so hard. And once again, we look forward to seeing you all in all the great events that are coming up here.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for watching us today. It's been a blast. Take good care, and we'll see you very soon.